Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos.
The MC is reborn as Izuku's brother inside of MHA. He later creates Iron Man suits and even gives one to his brother. What will he do inside of MHA?
MHA, reborn Izuku's brother as Tony Stark, create Izuku Iron Man suit. Chapter 1, The Boy Named Tony. The truck hit me before I could even swear. It was that fast, one blink, one mistake, and I was gone. No heroic ending, no regrets, just silence. Then I woke up. My first breath wasn't mine. The air was warm, too clean, and the blanket over me smelled like fabric softener. My heart was racing before my eyes even focused. A small room, sunlight leaking through thin curtains, and my hands. Tiny. My arms, thinner than I remembered. My voice, when I spoke, high and soft. Where am I? I turned my head slowly. There was a mirror on the dresser. The face that looked back wasn't me. Round cheeks, dark brown eyes, messy black hair sticking up in every direction. A little boy. The memories came in all at once. A woman named Midoriya. A small, quiet house in Musadafu. A younger brother named Izuku. A world where heroes flew and villains burned streets. My head throbbed, and I squeezed my eyes shut until it passed. Then I laughed. Soft at first, then a little louder. "All right," I said to the empty room, smiling despite the absurdity. "Truck got me. Fine. I'm not mad. But if you're going to toss me into a world full of superheroes, maybe next time you could give me one of those flashy powers too, hey." I had none. No quirk. Nothing. Just my brain. But that was fine. Because I remembered everything from this world's canon, every character, every plot line. And that gave me an advantage no power could match. The sound of the front door sliding open pulled me out of my thoughts. Footsteps pattered in the hall. A young voice called out, cheerful and high-pitched. "Tony! Come outside. Mom said we can play before lunch." Izuku. My little brother. I didn't even have to force the smile. I ran to the door and stepped outside into the small yard. He stood there with his green hair and freckled face, hugging a toy of All Might close to his chest. "Hey, Deku," I said. The nickname came out naturally, but he didn't mind. He thought it sounded cool. He grinned. "You're funny when you call me that, Tony." "I know," I said, folding my arms with exaggerated confidence. "I'm funny, I'm smart, and I'm handsome. Comes with the name." He laughed, the pure kind of laugh that only kids can make. Mom Midoriya stepped outside, smiling at us. "Tony, Izuku, lunch will be ready soon. Don't go too far, okay?" "Yes, Mom," Izuku said immediately. "Sure thing," I added, trying to sound casual. But watching her, I felt something in my chest. Warmth. Safety. It was strange to have that again. I crouched down beside Izuku. "So, kid, what's your plan when you grow up?" He looked up, eyes shining. "I'm gonna be like All Might. I'm gonna save everyone with a smile." Of course he said that. He always said that. Even now, his voice had the same determination it would later, before the world crushed him with reality. I rested a hand on his head. "Then let's make sure you can do that safely." He tilted his head. "Hey. You'll see." 5 years later. I turned 12 today. My workshop was a mess of wires, broken appliances, and the faint smell of burnt metal. It wasn't a fancy lab, just a converted storage room in our house, but it worked. I'd built everything with parts scavenged from scrapyards, junk electronics, and old hero tech that got tossed after damage. On the table before me stood my first success, a full-sized armored suit, matte silver, bulky but balanced. Mark II. Primitive, sure but functional. I tightened the final bolt, stepped back, and admired it. The glow from the power core I'd built using cheap materials hummed softly. I'd run hundreds of tests. It could lift twice my weight, resist small caliber impacts, and even fly for 20 seconds before overheating. It wasn't all might level, but it was mine. The door creaked open behind me. I didn't have to look. I heard the hesitant steps, the small intake of breath. Tony. Izuku's voice, curious and unsure. Yet. I replied, wiping sweat from my forehead, my voice deeper now but still carrying that hint of playful arrogance. What is that? He asked, eyes wide as he stared at the armor. I turned and smiled. This, my dear brother, is the Iron Man suit. Mark II. He blinked. Iron Man. Exactly, I said, stepping closer to the armor and tapping the chest plate. A suit of armor that lets a person do what heroes do. Strength. Speed. Protection. Everything, without needing a quirk. Izuku's mouth hung open. You built that? Yep. I smirked. From scratch. With a few late nights, some burns, and maybe a near electrocution or two. He stared at it in awe. But, why? You don't have a quirk. How can you even make something like this? Because I don't need a quirk, I said, turning to face him fully. Brains beat brawn when you use them right. And you, I pointed at him, my tone light but firm. You've got the heart of a hero. You just need the right tools. He looked at me, confused but fascinated. Tools. Exactly. Think about it. Heroes risk their lives every day. Some get stronger, others smarter. I can't shoot fire or create explosions, but I can build something that helps others who can't either. I gestured toward the armor. This is what I can do. My way of being a hero. Izuku stepped closer, eyes glowing with curiosity. Can I try it? I chuckled. Not yet, kid. You'd trip before you could take off. It's heavy. It's not done. He frowned. Oh. I ruffled his hair. But when it is, you're the first one who gets to see it fly. His eyes widened again. Fly? Yep. I grinned. Why walk when you can soar? He beamed. That's so cool. His excitement made something tighten in my chest. He still didn't know yet that he'd be told he was quirkless soon. He still believed anything was possible. I wasn't going to take that away from him. I wanted to keep that spark alive. Tony, he said quietly, after a moment, do you think people like us can be heroes too? I crouched down, meeting his gaze. Kid, listen to me. Heroes aren't born. They're built. With effort. With will. With the choice to stand up when it's hard. You already have that. The rest you can learn. He smiled faintly, his small hands tightening around his All Might notebook. I stood and looked back at the armor. The light from the chest piece reflected off the walls, bathing the small room in pale blue glow. My first true creation in this world. The start of something bigger. Tony, Izuku said softly, it's amazing. Of course it is, I said, smirking. I built it. He laughed again, that pure, joyful sound. I felt it settle somewhere deep inside me. I reached out and flicked the power switch. The armor came alive, motors whirring, light glowing steady. Izuku gasped, stepping back a little. See? I said. Told you it works. Can I tell Mom? I paused. Let's keep it our secret for now. I don't think she'd appreciate the occasional explosion in her basement. He giggled, covering his mouth. I looked back at the armor, crossing my arms. This is just the start. Someday, we'll make a better one. Sleeker. Stronger. Smarter. Izuku tilted his head. We. Yeah, I said simply. You're good at taking notes. You notice everything. I could use that. His face lit up instantly. Really? You mean it? Wouldn't say it if I didn't, I replied. He nodded eagerly. Then I'll help. I'll write down everything, okay? Good. I smiled, genuinely this time. Because the future's not going to wait for us. The armor hummed quietly in the background, steady and alive. I could feel it. This world was different, but it was full of potential. No cave. No arc reactor in my chest. Just my mind, my hands, and a promise to never stop building. And that was enough. Chapter 2, Silver Skies over Musudafu. Another year passed. 1 year of tinkering, calibrating, and nearly blowing the house's power twice. Izuku grew taller, his hair messy, his notebooks thicker. I grew sharper, my designs faster, my precision better. By now, the Mark II had been dismantled and rebuilt more times than I cared to count. And tonight, it was finally ready. The workshop smelled like warm steel and coolant. I stood in front of the Mark III, admiring the clean finish. Sleeker frame, refined servos, lighter alloys, and most importantly flight stability. This one was the real deal. All right, Buttercup, I said under my breath, tapping the chest plate. Let's see what you've got. The hum that responded was clean, steady. Music to my ears. The door behind me creaked open. Tony. Izuku stepped in, wearing his usual loose shirt and wide, curious eyes. He was 13 now, still with that same enthusiasm that made him look like he could burst at any second. You've been in here all day again. Correction, I said without turning. All day and night. But it paid off. I gestured toward the suit. Say hello to the Mark III. His mouth fell open. You made another one already. You just finished upgrading the Mark II last month. Upgrading, yes. Perfecting, no. I finally looked at him, smirking. This baby fixes everything the Mark II couldn't handle. Flight balance, energy efficiency, and heat distribution. Basically, it won't melt mid-air this time. Izuku's jaw tightened with excitement. You fixed the overheating problem. I know. I'm amazing. I picked up a small, worn remote from the table and tossed it lightly in my hand. And before you start, yes, you get to try it. You get the Mark II. His eyes widened. Me? Really? Don't make me change my mind. He bounced in place, trying to contain his grin. No. I mean thank you. I'll be careful, I promise. Careful is boring, I said, tapping the console. Come on, kid. Let's suit up. The sound of hydraulic locks opening filled the room. I stepped into the Mark III's base frame, feeling the panels close around me one by one. Every joint locked perfectly into place. The heads-up display flickered on numbers and readings sliding across my vision. Voice calibration, online, the system said in my own synthesized voice. Power cells at 100%. Perfect, I said. Engage full sync. The system responded with a clean chime, the reactor core glowing bright blue at my chest. Izuku stood beside me, eyes huge as I helped him into the Mark II. It was heavier, bulkier, and lacked some of the newer mobility joints, but I'd upgraded it enough to handle basic flight. All right, I said, lowering the helmet. How does it feel? His voice echoed inside the metal. It's heavy. But it's so cool. Yeah, I know, I said. You're wearing genius work. Try to act like you've seen technology before. He laughed nervously. Sorry. Don't apologize, kid. Just don't crash. The basement door opened with a hiss as I activated the secondary lift. I'd installed a small, disguised hatch that opened into the empty field behind our neighborhood. I stepped onto the grass, the suit's servos humming quietly. The air was crisp, the sky wide and clear. Izuku followed, his steps unsteady but eager. Okay, I said, scanning the horizon. Rule number 1, if it starts smoking, land. Rule number 2, if it starts shaking, land. Rule number 3. Land, he guessed, grinning. Smart kid. I spread my arms, repulsors charging beneath my palms and boots. All right. Follow my lead. The ground beneath us shook slightly. Then, with a burst of white-blue light, I lifted off. The sound was clean and smooth, the balance near perfect. The city below shrank instantly. Whoa! Izuku's voice cracked through the COMM channel. He was off the ground, wobbling slightly but managing to stay airborne. Relax your legs, I said calmly. The gyros compensate if you don't fight them. You tense, you spin. You relax, you fly. I'm trying. Stop trying, I replied. Do it. He steadied out slowly. The tremors in his voice faded as he focused. We rose higher, passing above the rooftops of Musudafu. Streetlights shimmered below like tiny constellations. The wind pressed against the armor, cool and steady. Tony, he called, laughter breaking through his words. I'm doing it. Yeah, I can see that. I smirked, angling higher. Don't get cocky. I won't. I checked the readings. Altitude, 100 meters. That's enough for today. Stay level. Got it. We hovered side by side, two small figures in the wide sky, metal glinting under the moonlight. I glanced at him. He was staring down at the world below, pure ore written across his face. This is amazing, he whispered. Yeah, I said softly. It is. The silence between us was steady and calm. Just the hum of engines and the faint whistle of air. For a kid who'd spent his whole life admiring heroes from the ground, this moment probably felt like touching a dream. All right, show's over, I said after a minute. Power drains at 70%. Time to land. Already? You want to fall out of the sky? Be my guest. He laughed nervously. No, I'll land. We descended slowly, both suits cutting thrust as we neared the field. My boots touched down first, then his. He stumbled but caught his balance. Nice, I said, clapping his armored shoulder. You didn't crash. That's progress. He grinned. Thanks to you. Of course thanks to me, I said lightly, opening the faceplate. Now come on. Let's head home before Mom sees the light show and freaks out. We carried the suits back through the hidden entrance, locking the basement behind us. Izuku was still buzzing with excitement, practically glowing. That was incredible, he said quietly, pulling off the Mark II's helmet. It felt like being one of the pros. Yeah, except the pros don't build their own gear from scrap, I said, removing my chest plate and setting it on the stand. They buy it. Big difference. He frowned slightly. But you're better than them, Tony. I paused mid-movement. Better. Yeah. You don't even have a quirk, and you still made this. You can do what they do, no, even more. I gave him a small smirk. Flattery noted. He smiled, bashful but proud. Thanks for letting me try it. You earned it, I said, patting his shoulder. You've been paying attention, asking the right questions, keeping notes. That's how you learn. He nodded eagerly. I wrote down everything from today. I'll record the battery output next time too. Next time. He blinked. If that's okay. Sure, kid, I said. Next time. We powered down the suits fully, placing them side by side in their storage stands. The room dimmed to its usual quiet. For a moment, we just stood there, him looking at the armor with wide admiration, me with quiet satisfaction. Then I checked the clock. Late. All right, I said. Mask on. Hey. Mom. You don't want her asking why we smell like burnt circuits and jet fuel, do you? He gasped softly. Oh. Right. We both hurried upstairs. The lights in the kitchen were still on. Inko was at the counter, folding laundry, humming softly. She looked up as we entered. There you two are, she said warmly. What were you doing down there so late? I answered smoothly, slipping into my calmest voice. Homework. Science project. You know how it is. Izuku nodded quickly, too quickly. Why yet? Science project. She smiled softly. You boys are always so busy. Don't stay up too late, okay? Wouldn't dream of it, I said with a grin. She shook her head affectionately and turned back to the laundry. Izuku and I exchanged a silent look, both trying not to laugh. We slipped into our shared room, closing the door behind us. He sat on the bed, still buzzing with excitement, while I leaned against the wall, arms crossed. I can't believe we actually flew, he said quietly. Believe it, I replied. You did good out there. He grinned again. Thanks, Tony. Don't mention it. For the first time all night, I let myself relax fully. The faint hum of the arc reactors cooling down below us was the only sound left. We'd done it. We'd flown. In a world built on quirks, we'd touched the sky with none. But I didn't say that out loud. Instead, I just said, get some sleep, kid. Tomorrow we upgrade the flight systems again. His eyes lit up. Really? Yeah, I said. You think we stop after one test flight? He laughed, small and happy. Okay. He crawled into bed, still smiling. I switched off the light, glancing out the window one last time. The city was quiet, stars faint against the glow. Another test passed. Another step forward. I shut the curtains. Chapter 3, Circuits and Secrets. The morning after the flight test started with burnt toast and Izuku nearly dropping his cereal because he couldn't stop talking about the suits. The kid hadn't stopped smiling since we landed last night. His excitement was fine by me. The only problem was his volume control. Mom, he said loudly, holding up his spoon like it was a trophy. Tony made. I coughed hard before he could finish, loud enough to make him freeze mid-sentence. Made what? Inko asked, looking between us as she wiped her hands on a dish towel. Made breakfast yesterday, I said smoothly, flashing a calm smile. And I'm still recovering from the trauma of that experiment. He almost burned water. Izuku's face went red. What? I didn't. I gave him a look that said shut it. He caught on fast. Oh, yeah. I forgot, he said, scratching the back of his head with a nervous laugh. Burned, water. Sorry, Mom. Inko chuckled softly. You two are so strange. That's genetic, I said, pouring myself another cup of coffee. She shook her head with a small smile and turned away. The moment she did, I leaned toward Izuku. Kid, I said quietly, my tone low but clear, next time you feel like yelling about the suits, maybe don't do it in the kitchen. He whispered fast, trying not to smile. Sorry. I was just excited. I know, I said, sipping the coffee. Keep that energy, just not the volume. We need a tighter lid on our little science club. He nodded quickly. Okay. I'll be quiet. Good. You're learning. By the time the sun hit its highest point, we were back in the basement. The air was cool, the hum of machines filling the space. Both suits stood on their respective mounts, armored guardians waiting for another round of upgrades. All right, I said, pulling a small set of microdrives onto the workbench. You remember what I said yesterday about system feedback? Uh-huh. Izuku replied quickly, flipping through his notebook. The suits can't record data properly while flying because the internal diagnostics take too long to process in real time. Exactly, I said, turning on the monitor. So, the solution build something that can handle the thinking for us. Something fast. Something that can talk. He blinked. Talk. Yeah, I said, typing rapidly, code streaming down the screen. An artificial intelligence. You've seen the voice-activated home systems, right? This is the same idea, just smarter. You feed it information, it talks back, gives you data mid-flight. Helps you not crash and die. Helpful little feature. Izuku nodded fast, eyes wide. So, you're building a helper. I'm building efficiency, I corrected. A helper's just a side effect. He leaned over the table, watching every keystroke. Can it really talk to us? Once I finish the language routines, yet. I smirked faintly. You want to help? Yes, he said immediately, nearly knocking over a box of screws in his excitement. What do I do? I gestured toward the side monitor. Type. I'll dictate, you follow. He slid into the chair beside me, posture rigid with focus. I started reading off the basic lines of the speech recognition code. He typed every word carefully, checking twice before hitting enter. His brows were furrowed, tongue poking out slightly in concentration. Not bad, I said after a few minutes. You actually listen. That's rare. He flushed a little at the praise. I just don't want to mess it up. Good instinct, I said. Messing it up means explosions, and explosions mean less eyebrows. He laughed quietly. I'll be careful. We worked like that for hours. The rhythm settled, me reading off code segments, him typing, me adjusting the calibration modules while he monitored the results. Every so often, the computer emitted a soft chime as the new AI framework compiled. Finally, the monitor blinked and a clear synthetic voice filled the room. Startup sequence complete. Hello, Tony. Hello, Izuku. Izuku gasped. It worked. It really worked. I grinned, leaning back. Of course it did. I don't make guesses, I make results. Hello. Izuku said tentatively to the AI. Can you understand us? Affirmative, it replied evenly. Voice recognition matched. User 1, Tony. User 2, Izuku. Izuku's face lit up. It knows our names. Yeah, I said, tapping the console. Programmed it that way. Nothing creepy about that. He laughed. What's its name? I paused briefly. Don't know yet. We'll think of one. How about Juno? He offered quickly. I tilted my head, thinking. Not bad. Juno it is. Designation confirmed, the AI said smoothly. Hello, my name is Juno. Izuku clapped his hands once. This is amazing, Tony. Yeah, I said, smirking as I adjusted one of the external panels. Don't faint from excitement, we still have work to do. By evening, the workshop was filled with the constant sound of soldering and quiet chatter. Izuku had stopped being nervous and started acting like my assistant. Every few minutes he'd read off data from the diagnostics panel while I made adjustments to the arm joints on the Mark III. Stabilizers are holding steady, he said carefully. Power output looks high. Is that okay? It's fine, I said, tightening a connector. The Mark III can handle a spike. The two couldn't, but I fixed that. Built a fail-safe this time. He watched closely. It's so much smoother now. You're getting better every time. Of course I am, I said simply. That's called progress. He nodded, scribbling something in his notebook. A soft thump from upstairs made me stop. I looked at the ceiling. Izuku froze too. Mom, he whispered. Yeah, I said quietly. She's moving around. We're too loud. Sorry, he said quickly. Don't apologize. Fix it. I reached for a toolbox and pulled out a roll of dense acoustic padding. Grab the tape. He obeyed instantly, handing it to me. We spent the next hour lining the basement walls with the sound-dampening material. Izuku held panels while I secured them, sealing the space piece by piece. By the end, the workshop was almost completely insulated. That should do it, I said finally. Now we can work without turning this place into a drum set. Izuku exhaled with relief. I didn't realize how loud the suits were. Engines, thrusters, tools sound travels, I said. But not anymore. Problem solved. He looked around, eyes full of quiet admiration. You really think of everything. That's my job, I said, brushing metal dust off my hands. Now let's test Juno's input. I leaned toward the main console. Juno, diagnostic protocol. Record internal vibration levels from both suits and compare. Processing, the AI replied. A moment later, it said, Mark II vibration levels exceed Mark III by 22%. Recommendation, reinforce lower stabilizer joints. See that? I said, glancing at Izuku. That's how you get real-time feedback. Now I don't have to guess where it's failing. Izuku was already writing. Reinforce stabilizers, got it. Smart kid, I said lightly. He smiled, pleased. Thanks, Tony. Don't thank me, keep working, I said, but there was no bite in my tone. Hours slipped by. The AI recorded everything while we adjusted systems and fine-tuned controls. Izuku learned fast. He wasn't just watching anymore, he was helping, tightening bolts, balancing tools, checking code lines without being told. Around 9, I heard faint footsteps again upstairs. I motioned for silence. The basement door creaked open slightly. Inko's voice drifted down. Boys? What are you doing down there? It's late. I met Izuku's wide-eyed stare, then answered with my calmest tone. Science project, Mom. Group assignment. Due next week. Still? You've been down there every night this week, she said, her voice full of worry. Are you sure you're not overdoing it? It's fine, I said, keeping my tone steady. We're learning a lot. Izuku added quickly, yeah, Mom. We're being really careful. There was a pause. Then she sighed softly. All right. Just don't stay up too late. Got it, I said. The door closed again. Izuku exhaled hard. That was close, he whispered. Yeah, I said, turning back to the console. We'll need to do more than soundproofing. She's getting curious. He frowned. What should we do? I tapped my chin. We'll add a lock. Biometric. Only opens for us. Just in case. He hesitated, glancing toward the stairs. You really think she'd come down here? Not on purpose, I said. But accidents happen. I'd rather be ready. He nodded quietly. Okay. Good. Start taking measurements of the door frame. We'll need a scanner module. He grabbed his ruler and got to work, focused and silent. I watched him for a moment, then turned back to the suits. Both stood perfectly still, silver and blue under the fluorescent lights. Juno's voice broke the quiet. Tony, power readings stable. All systems within safe range. Noted, I said. Begin logging nighttime data. Confirmed, the AI replied. Izuku returned with his notes. Door frame measurements done. Nice work, I said. We'll build the scanner tomorrow. After that, we're upgrading flight logs. Juno'll record everything automatically while we're in the air. His eyes widened again. You mean she'll talk to us while we fly? Exactly, I said with a grin. You can focus on not falling while she tells you how badly you're doing. He laughed softly. That's so cool. Yeah, it is, I said. Now clean up. We're done for tonight. We powered down the systems, the glow of the arc lights fading one by one until the room was dim. Izuku packed away the smaller tools while I ran a final diagnostic on the Mark III. Everything was stable. No overheating, no power loss. I shut down the main console and glanced at him. Go on upstairs. Don't wake Mom. He nodded quickly, whispering, okay. Good night, Tony. Night, kid, I said, watching him hurry up the stairs. When the door closed behind him, I exhaled slowly. The basement was quiet except for Juno's low hum. I took one last look at the suits, the result of a year's worth of sweat and work. Then I turned off the lights. Chapter 4, A Sky Worth Flying Over. 2 years passed in clean precision. Days blurred into metalwork, nights into coding. By now, Izuku had stopped being a kid fumbling with bolts and wires. He had turned into a proper assistant, still overly excited, still emotional, but competent. The Mark III had become his second skin, and he knew how to run diagnostics, adjust thruster pressure, and read power outputs without me even asking. The workshop was no longer a basement full of junk. It was a compact lab, 2 armor stations, reinforced walls, noise shields, a full diagnostic table, and Juno wired into every wall panel. Today the Mark IV stood on the main platform, shining under white light. Sleeker build, modular armor, triple-layer energy regulators. I stood next to it in a plain shirt, checking the power readings on my tablet. Juno, status report, I said. Mark IV power core at 100%. Internal cooling optimal. Flight readiness confirmed, the AI replied. Perfect. I set the tablet down and looked at Izuku, who was standing beside his Mark III, fastening the helmet under his arm. All right, kid, today's your first solo run. You sure you're ready? He nodded fast. I checked everything twice. Thrusters, stabilization, comms all good. Good, I said. Don't crash. That'd be embarrassing for both of us. He laughed softly. I won't. I promise. You always promise, I said, smirking as I stepped into the Mark IV's frame. The armor locked around me with a smooth hiss. And you always scream when something explodes. That was one time, he said loudly, still smiling. Yeah. Let's move. I turned toward the hatch that led to the open air. Juno, open the lift. Confirmed. The roof panels slid open, revealing the bright afternoon sky. The city stretched far below Musutafu's buildings, roads, and people moving like they had no idea two armored suits were about to fly above them. "Engines on," I said. The repulsors hummed to life. Blue light flared under my boots. The Mark IV's system synced perfectly with every motion. I glanced at Izuku. "Let's go." He nodded, lowering his helmet, the Mark II's eyes lighting up. We lifted off together, two arcs of light cutting through the clouds. The air was clean and sharp. I could feel the suit react instantly to every shift in pressure. Juno's voice came through steady. "Altitude 400 meters. Wind speed consistent. External cameras active." "Copy that," I said, leveling out. I looked over at Izuku, who was flying slightly behind me, steady and confident. "Not bad. You're not spinning this time." He laughed through the comm. "I practiced." "I can tell." We stayed in the sky for a few minutes, cruising over the city. Below, the world moved on normally: cars, crowds, the everyday noise of life. Then I saw it. Down near a tunnel road, near a row of buildings, smoke and panic. The familiar shape of sludge twisting through the street. The slime villain. I zoomed in with the suit's external camera. The image sharpened. A kid cornered near the edge of the street, green hair, wide eyes, panicked expression. "Izuku." "Juno," I said quickly, "confirm visual feed." Confirmed. Threat level moderate. Civilian identified as Izuku Midoriya. "Yeah, thanks for the reminder." He'd gone out alone. Probably testing the Mark II's ground mobility. I exhaled quietly through my teeth. "All right. Let's make sure he doesn't die." I dropped altitude fast, the wind rushing past the armor. By the time I reached street level, Izuku was already in motion. The Mark II's repulsors lit up bright as he fired a pulse at the sludge creature, forcing it back a few feet. His aim was shaky but functional. "Get away from that kid," he shouted through the helmet, his voice trembling slightly but holding steady enough. Typical him, still shaking, still scared, but standing his ground. The sludge monster screeched, reforming itself, lunging forward again. Izuku fired another pulse. The blast scattered the thing again, but not enough. Then a sudden gust of air hit the street. A massive shadow appeared overhead, followed by a loud, familiar voice that shook the street. "I am here." All Might landed, the pavement cracking under the force. The sludge villain froze. Izuku turned, eyes wide inside his helmet. "All Might." The hero smiled broadly. "That's right, young man." He flexed once, then raised his arm. "Don't worry. I'll take care of this in an instant." I hovered above the street, watching from the sky, my sensors recording every second. I didn't interfere. This was supposed to happen. All Might pulled back his fist. Texas smash. The impact scattered the sludge in one blow, sending it splattering harmlessly against the nearby walls. The wind pressure rattled even my armor. Izuku stumbled back, the Mark II's stabilizers whining briefly from the shockwave. "Whoa," he muttered. All Might turned toward him, still smiling. "You're a brave young man. Using that armor to protect another. Excellent spirit." Izuku froze, speechless. Thank you, All Might." The hero gave a short laugh. "Keep that heart strong. I must be off." He turned, gathering the remaining sludge into bottles before leaping away, vanishing into the distance. I lowered altitude slowly, landing on the nearby rooftop. Izuku looked up immediately. "Tony." I folded my arms, the Mark IV's servos clicking softly. "Not bad, kid. You didn't faint." He let out a shaky laugh. I thought I was going to. But All Might showed up. I can't believe I met him. Yeah, I saw. I looked toward the horizon where All Might had disappeared. He's a good guy. Little dramatic, but good. Izuku nodded fast. He's the best. Sure, I said, watching him try to calm his breathing. You handled yourself fine. Keep your head next time, though. You can't rely on luck. He nodded again. I know. I'll practice more. Do that, I said simply. I started the boosters again. Come on, let's get home before someone starts recording you. He laughed nervously. Right. We took off together, leaving the street behind. The sun was dipping lower, turning the sky orange. The wind pressed against the armor, soft and constant. Izuku was quiet for a while, flying beside me. That was really scary, he said finally. I know, I said. First time always is. You did fine. He smiled faintly. Thanks, Tony. Don't mention it. We flew in silence for a bit longer. Musutafu stretched beneath us, lights flickering on as evening came. The kid kept looking down, lost in thought, still processing what had happened. I watched him for a second, then faced forward again. He'd met All Might. He'd had his first real fight. The story would keep going from here, his story. Mine could finally move forward too. I'd spent years building armor for protection, safety, and backup plans. But with him finally on the right path, I could focus fully on what came next. More suits. More improvements. Better designs. The Mark IV was strong, but it wasn't enough. I already had sketches for the VN6 lighter frames, adaptive flight systems, miniaturized repulsors, better energy compression. The world was changing fast, and I wasn't planning to stay behind. Tony. Izuku's voice broke my thoughts. Yeah. Thanks for everything, he said quietly. I looked at him through the visor. Don't get emotional on me, kid. Just keep flying straight. He laughed softly. Okay. The two of us glided through the sunset, the city below bathed in gold light. The air hummed with quiet stability. Altitude steady, Juno's voice reported. Good, I said. Maintain until home. Confirmed. Izuku's voice came again, small but happy. You think I could really become a hero, Tony? I glanced at him, his armor glinting under the sun. You already act like one. The rest is training. He smiled. Then I'll keep trying. I know you will, I said. Now focus. Landings next. We descended toward the outskirts of the city, the ground rising slowly to meet us. The landing was smooth, both suits touching down near our hidden field. The Mark IV powered down with a soft hiss. I lifted my helmet, the cool air brushing against my face. Izuku removed his too, still grinning. That was amazing. Yeah, I said. You didn't crash. That's a win in my book. He laughed again, light and genuine. Come on, I said. Let's get back before Mom asks where we've been. Back at the house, we moved through the same routine. Basement entrance sealed, suits on their stands, Juno logging flight data automatically. Flight time logged, Juno said. Power cells stable. Environmental integrity confirmed. Good, I said, walking past the monitor. Store everything. We'll analyze it tomorrow. Confirmed. Izuku pulled off his gloves, looking around the lab like it was the best place in the world. That was my best flight yet. Yeah, I said simply. You're improving. He smiled, rubbing the back of his neck. You think Mom suspects anything? She suspects everything, I said. She just doesn't say it. Keep your mouth shut, and she'll stay happy. He nodded quickly. Got it. Good, I said, turning to check the power readouts. Now get upstairs. You've got school tomorrow. He hesitated. You're not coming up. Later, I said. I've got to finish recalibrating the Mark IV's flight logs. He smiled slightly. Okay. Night, Tony. Night, kid. He went up the stairs quietly, leaving the lab dim and calm. I stood in front of the suits for a moment, looking between them the old Mark III, worn and scratched from today's fight, and the clean, new Mark IV, still humming faintly. The kid had done well. He'd met All Might, he'd fought, he'd survived. That was enough for now. I could stop worrying about him for a while. I turned back to my desk, pulling up blueprints for the next project. The Mark V would need better compression technology, improved stabilizers, and adaptive propulsion. I started typing, the sound of keys echoing softly in the quiet lab. For the first time in years, I wasn't splitting focus. I could go full speed. This was where I worked best alone, building the future one line of code at a time. Chapter 5, Upgrades and Algorithms. The morning after Izuku's little All Might adventure started quiet. He'd left early for school, and the house felt calm. I liked that. No chatter, no clatter of dishes, just the hum of machines downstairs. I headed into the lab with a mug of coffee in hand. Both suits stood side by side, the Mark III with scorch marks on its shoulders, the Mark IV gleaming clean. I set the mug on the workbench and called out, Juno, boot up diagnostics. Good morning, Tony, the AI answered. All systems operational. Power cells charged. Environmental integrity stable. Perfect, I said. We're upgrading you today. Define parameters of upgrade. New software package. Tactical prediction. Real-time combat analysis. I sipped my coffee. In simple terms, I'm giving you a brain that can think ahead instead of just stating the obvious. Processing, Juno replied. That will require additional memory allocation. I know, I said, tapping the screen. Already prepared for it. You'll like this one. You'll actually be able to read incoming attacks, analyze enemy patterns, and recommend countermeasures. Noted, Juno said. Would you like to begin installation? Yeah, I said, setting the mug down and opening a new coding window. Start transferring core routines. Lines of data streamed across the monitor. The AI's circuits glowed softly behind the main wall panels. The sound of cooling fans filled the room. As I worked, I kept an ear tuned to the faint hum of the suits. The Mark IV's processors were stable. No flicker, no surge. That was good. The system was balanced. Izuku's voice came faintly from upstairs a few hours later. Tony. I'm home. Down here. I called. He came running into the lab, backpack bouncing against his shoulder. His school uniform was wrinkled, and his hair was more of a mess than usual. Hey! You're working already? Always, I said. Someone's got to make sure you don't get flattened next time you go hero hunting. He rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry about that. Don't apologize, I said, eyes still on the code. You didn't get killed. That's the important part. He moved closer, curious. What's that? Juno's brain, version 2.0, I said. Teaching her to predict things instead of just reporting them. Like, in battle. Exactly, I said. When you're flying, she'll warn you before an attack hits. You'll get suggestions mid-combat angles, timing, the whole package. Think of it as having a smarter voice in your ear. Izuku's eyes widened. That's amazing. You can really make her do that. Of course, I said calmly. That's what I do. He laughed softly. You make it sound so easy. It's not easy. It's just logical, I said. If you know what you're doing, nothing's hard. I started the first simulation test. The AI's voice came through again. Simulation ready. Run it, I said. A holographic display lit up across the room. 2 digital figures appeared, one representing the Mark IV, the other a basic humanoid target. The target lunged forward. Juno, I said, predict movement. The AI responded instantly. Incoming strike detected. Probability of right-hand attack, 81%. Recommended response, lateral shift left. The digital armor moved accordingly, dodging cleanly. Izuku's eyes went wide. It worked. I grinned slightly. Of course it did. Juno continued analyzing. Counter-strike opportunity available. Suggest repulsor discharge at 30-degree angle. The simulation armor followed. The target disintegrated. I folded my arms. Nice. Timing's good. Accuracy still needs adjustment, but it's working. Izuku clapped once. That's so cool, Tony. Yeah, I said, smirking. Don't get starry-eyed. We're not done yet. We spent the rest of the afternoon tuning Juno's algorithms. Izuku read numbers off the monitor while I made micro-adjustments to the predictive models. She's processing faster now, he said. Response time's almost instantaneous. That's the point, I said. Real-time prediction means you react before you even know what's happening. You'll be fine in a fight, even if your brain freezes for a second. He grinned awkwardly. I still freeze sometimes. Yeah, I noticed, I said dryly. That's why I'm doing this. By evening, Juno's upgrade was complete. The AI now responded with faster cadence, her tone slightly sharper. Tony, Juno said. System upgrade successful. New parameters active. Good, I said. Save this build as base alpha. Saved. Izuku leaned back against the table, smiling proudly. She's incredible now. She was decent before, I said. Now she's useful. He laughed lightly. So what's next? Next, I said, opening a new design file, is the Mark V. His head shot up. Already? Already, I repeated. Mark IV is good, but not great. Needs improvement. More compact, lighter, stronger. That's where we're going next. Izuku's eyes sparkled. What'll it have? Everything the 4 doesn't, I said. Micro-repulsors, reinforced plating, adaptive thrusters. It'll be the most balanced suit yet. He stepped closer, watching me pull up the blueprint. The early sketch was just wireframes and outlines, but his excitement grew instantly. Wow, he whispered. It looks fast. It will be, I said. That's the goal. The following week was a routine of soldering, calibration, and testing. Izuku handled maintenance on the Mark III while I focused entirely on the new frame. Every day started at sunrise and ended past midnight. By now, we had a rhythm. He'd prep the tools, I'd handle the heavy integration, Juno would manage data flow and monitor environmental conditions. Temperature at optimal, Juno said as I welded 2 plates together. Good, I said. Power input. Stable. Izuku handed me a component without being told. Here's the regulator plate. Thanks, I said, taking it. You're learning. He smiled proudly. I'm trying to keep up with you. Keep trying, I said, attaching the plate. You might get there before retirement age. He laughed quietly. You think we'll need to build even more after this? We'll always need more, I said simply. You don't stop improving something that works. Hours later, the first Mark V prototype stood assembled. Bare metal, unpainted, the structure still raw. But it looked clean. Balanced. The chest reactor pulsed softly with blue light. I stepped back, hands on my hips. There it is. Mark V. Izuku stared at it with pure awe. It's beautiful. Don't get emotional, I said. It's a machine. But still, he said, you built it from nothing. That's what I do, I said, tapping the chest plate. And it's going to be better than anything we've made before. Can we test it? Not yet, I said. First, we fine-tune. For the next several days, the lab became a blur of adjustments. Izuku ran diagnostic sweeps. Juno recorded performance data. I rewrote small code lines to optimize flight control. The new suit's repulsors were smaller, more compact. Energy efficiency was higher. The thrusters were positioned for better maneuvering. Everything about it was sharper. Power test complete, Juno reported one night. Output exceeds Mark IV by 23%. Good, I said. And stability? Nominal. Izuku checked his notes. That's amazing. It's so much stronger. Yeah, I said. But strength's useless without control. That's why we build slow. He nodded quickly. Got it. When I ran the first internal simulation, the results were smooth. Juno's predictive algorithms calculated mid-flight adjustments before they were needed. The armor balanced perfectly in digital space. I shut off the projection. That's it. It's ready for real testing. Izuku's eyes widened. You mean flight? Flight, I confirmed. Tomorrow morning. He nodded quickly. Okay. The next day, the sun was just starting to rise when we stepped into the open field behind the house. The Mark V gleamed faintly in the early light. The Mark IV stood beside it, polished and ready. I looked at Izuku. All right. You take the 4. Keep formation. Stay behind me. He nodded. Got it. Juno, I said. Link to both suits. Full integration. Connection established, she replied. Flight synchronization online. Engines on, I said. The ground vibrated as both suits powered up. The air filled with a low hum. 3, 2, 1. We lifted off. The new suit responded instantly. Smooth acceleration, perfect thrust balance. The Mark IV followed closely. Altitude 500 meters, Juno reported. Wind resistance stable. Feels good, I said. Izuku's voice came through, steady but full of excitement. You're so fast. Yeah, well, I said. I had a good teacher. He laughed quietly. You're the teacher. Exactly, I said. Keep up. We flew higher, the city stretching beneath us. The Mark V's thrusters responded without lag. Every movement was precise. Juno, I said, test predictive analysis. Active, she replied. Simulating evasive maneuvers. An alert pinged on the HUD. Incoming projectile simulation. Evasion angle, 20 degrees. I shifted instantly, the armor reacting before I fully processed the movement. The response time was flawless. Perfect, I said. That's what I wanted. Izuku cheered. That was amazing, Tony. Yeah, I said with a grin. It's good work. We circled the city once, keeping distance from populated areas. The sky was bright, clear. The suits moved in sync, Juno's voice calmly reading off data the whole time. Altitude stable. Fuel levels nominal. Internal temperature optimal. After nearly half an hour of flight, I gave the order. Time to head back. Copy. Izuku said. We descended together, landing in the same field we'd taken off from. Dust rose around us as the suits powered down. The silence that followed was clean and satisfying. Izuku pulled off his helmet, grinning from ear to ear. That was perfect. Pretty close, I said, removing mine. Still room to improve. He laughed softly. You're never satisfied, hey? Nope, I said. That's why I'm good. He smiled. It's incredible, Tony. Yeah, I said, looking at the Mark V's polished surface. It is. We brought the suits back inside, Juno logging all data automatically. The AI's voice came through calm and clear. Flight test successful. Predictive algorithms operating at full efficiency. No anomalies detected. Good work, Juno, I said. Thank you, Tony. Izuku yawned softly, exhaustion catching up. You're gonna keep working, aren't you? Probably, I said, already pulling up the next set of blueprints. Mark the 6th starts tomorrow. He smiled tiredly. You never stop. I don't need to, I said. You get some sleep. He nodded. Night, Tony. Night, kid. He went upstairs quietly. I stayed behind, looking at the new armor. Juno's lights reflected off the metal surface, steady and bright. Juno, I said. Store all logs. Begin new file for next generation framework. File created, she replied. Ready when you are. Good, I said softly. We've got a lot of work to do. Chapter 6, The Eve of UA. 10 months. 10 months of work, testing, adjustments, sleepless nights, and exactly 4 explosions I definitely didn't tell Mom about. But it was worth it. Standing there in the middle of my lab, with the Mark VI fully powered and gleaming, I couldn't help but admire it. The Mark VI wasn't just an upgrade, it was a milestone. Lighter frame, adaptive armor plating, refined micro-repulsors, and the new power core. No more minor overheating, no mid-flight drag, no wasted motion. It was perfect. Juno's voice filled the lab, calm and clear. Mark VI full diagnostic complete. All systems operating at peak efficiency. Music to my ears, I said, setting down the wrench and stepping back. You did good, Juno. I am an artificial intelligence, Tony. I do not make errors. That's what I like to hear, I said, smirking. Confidence. You're learning from the best. Confidence noted, she replied dryly. The faint sound of the door upstairs opening made me glance at the monitor feed. Izuku had just come home. He was sweaty, dirt-streaked, breathing hard clearly from training. I turned away from the suit, wiping my hands with a cloth as I climbed the steps. The second I reached the top, I heard the fridge open. Izuku was gulping down water like he'd been crawling through a desert. His hair was even more of a mess than usual, his uniform tied around his waist, shirt drenched with sweat. Rough day? I asked, leaning against the door frame. He jumped slightly, then smiled sheepishly. Oh, Tony. Yeah, sorry. I was just training with All Might again. He said I'm almost ready. Almost ready, I repeated, walking into the kitchen. For the UA entrance exam tomorrow, right? He nodded fast. Yeah. He said I've improved a lot. I can use one for all at around 5% now without breaking anything. Impressive, I said. 5% without breaking anything. That's progress. He laughed weakly. Well, last week I still broke a finger, but it's healing. Progress, I repeated dryly, pulling out my mug from the cabinet. You've officially reached the barely injures himself stage of hero training. You should celebrate. He laughed again, rubbing the back of his neck. I know, it's not much. It's something, I said, pouring myself some coffee. Though it raises a question. He tilted his head. What question? I looked over at him, lifting the mug slightly. Do you still need my suits now that you've got All Might's power? He blinked, surprised. Hey? I don't know. That's not an answer, I said evenly, walking past him to the table. You either do or you don't. He frowned, thinking hard. It's just. One for All's really strong. But your suits are amazing too. They help me when I can't rely on my quirk. So you're saying maybe, I said, sitting down. Yeah, he said, still uncertain. I don't know if I'll need it for the exam, though. I want to try doing it on my own. I sipped the coffee. Sure, I said casually. If you ever need it again, tell me. It's still tuned to your specs. He looked up, smiling slightly. Thanks, Tony. Anytime, kid, I said. Just try not to destroy yourself during the exam. All Might won't be grading you on broken bones. He laughed nervously. I'll be careful. You say that every time, I said, raising an eyebrow. Then you come back with your arm in a sling. Not this time, he said quickly. I've got it under control. Good, I said, standing up and finishing the coffee. Because tomorrow, I plan to show off too. He blinked. Hey? You're taking the exam too? I smirked slightly. Of course. Someone has to keep things interesting. His jaw dropped. You're applying to U.A. Yeah, I said simply, putting the cup in the sink. Why not? You think I built 6 suits just to sit around? He smiled, a little nervous but impressed. Wow, you're really serious about this. I'm always serious about things I'm good at, I said. You just focus on your exam. I'll handle mine. He nodded quickly. Okay. I turned toward the stairs, but stopped halfway. By the way, I said, glancing back at him, All Might's probably expecting you to go in loud tomorrow. Just, don't blow yourself up. He grinned shyly. I'll try not to. Good, I said. Now go shower. You smell like sweat and determination. He laughed. Right. Back in the lab, I leaned against the railing and looked at the Mark VI. The armor gleamed even under dim light, the reactor pulsing steadily in the chest. Juno, I said, run a final systems check for tomorrow. Understood, she replied. Would you like to specify mission parameters? U.A. Entrance exam, I said. Combat readiness, mobility, repulsor output, energy containment. Confirmed. Beginning pre-check sequence. The suit hummed softly as the systems engaged. The lights along the arms and legs flickered alive in steady rhythm. I watched every reading on the console. Everything lined up exactly where I wanted it. Status? I asked. All systems optimal, Juno said. Power cell efficiency at 99%. Thruster response time at full sync. Weapons systems fully charged. I smiled faintly. Perfect. Izuku's voice came faintly from upstairs again. Tony. You're still down there? Always. I called back. Some of us actually prepare properly. He laughed from the hallway. Good luck tomorrow. You too. I said. The sound of his door closing followed. I turned back to the armor. Juno, I said, open a file for tomorrow's combat evaluation. Label it Performance Showcase. File created, she replied. I walked around the suit slowly, running my hand along the arm plates. The weight distribution was balanced perfectly. The new reactor gave a steady low vibration through the armor, a consistent heartbeat of power. For months, I'd been holding back on testing full capacity. No external combat, no official field demonstration. But tomorrow, during the exam, I'd finally get to see it all working together. Full mobility, offensive power, precision targeting, all under pressure. It wasn't about showing off to anyone. It was about proving the tech worked exactly as I designed it. Juno, I said quietly, what's the current output difference between the Mark VI and Mark IV? Mark VI exceeds Mark IV in all categories, she replied. Power output increase, 47%. Flight speed increase, 38%. Armor durability increase, 50%. Good numbers, I said. Let's make them better. Noted. Later that night, I went upstairs. The lights were off except for a faint glow under Izuku's door. I knocked once. You asleep? His voice came tired but awake. Almost. Why? Just checking, I said. Big day tomorrow. Yeah, he said softly. I'm nervous. Don't be, I said. You've trained for this. You'll be fine. Thanks, Tony, he said, smiling faintly. Get some rest, I said. You'll need it. I will, he said. I went back downstairs, the sound of his quiet breathing fading behind me. The lab lights dimmed automatically as I sat back at the desk. On the screen, the blueprint for the Mark VI was open, every part labeled, every circuit diagram perfect. I could already picture it in the exam arena, flying, dodging, blasting through the training robots with surgical precision. Juno's voice broke the quiet. Tony, would you like me to power down for the night? No, I said. Keep standby mode active. I'll run one last diagnostic before morning. Understood. I leaned back in the chair, hands clasped behind my head. Everything was ready. Izuku would handle his exam with his new power. I'd handle mine with mine. For once, it felt like both of us were exactly where we needed to be. Morning came fast. The alarm rang once, but I was already awake. The workshop lights turned on automatically. The Mark VI stood ready, reactor humming faintly, waiting. Morning, Juno, I said, stretching my arms. Good morning, Tony. All systems prepared. Perfect, I said, slipping into the suit. The panels closed around me, the familiar weight settling comfortably over my body. Power at 100%, Juno said. All right, I said, helmet sealing shut. Let's go show you what real engineering looks like. Chapter 7, the UA Entrance Exam. Morning sunlight filled the kitchen. Inko was humming, cooking eggs, and the smell of toast filled the air. Izuku sat at the table in his usual nervous pose, hands fidgeting, leg bouncing. I sat across from him, drinking coffee, already dressed in the kind of casual clothes that didn't look casual because everything I wore was tailored perfectly. He looked pale. He'd probably been awake since dawn. You're shaking, I said, setting the mug down. He stopped immediately, laughing nervously. Sorry. I'm just a little nervous. Nervous is fine, I said. Just don't trip in front of everyone. That's not a great first impression. He smiled shyly. Right. Inko turned, smiling at both of us. You boys ready for your big day? Izuku nodded quickly. Yeah, Mom. I think so. Of course, I said, calm as ever. One exam. Couple of robots. Piece of cake. She smiled softly. I'm proud of you both. Izuku flushed red. Thanks, Mom. I stood, brushing off my jacket. We should go, kid. Don't want to be late to the biggest test of your life. Izuku gulped and nodded, getting up. Yeah. Good luck. Inko said, waving as we headed out. Luck's for amateurs, I said without looking back. Izuku gave her a small wave before running to catch up. Outside, the air was crisp, the morning traffic quiet. We walked side by side down the street toward the station. Izuku carried a small backpack filled with notes, of course, because he couldn't function without over-preparing. I had nothing but my watch. So, I said, glancing at him. You sure you're going in without the suit? He nodded. Yeah. All Might said I should learn to use one for all in real combat. Sure, I said. Let's just hope the robots are kind. He smiled nervously. I'll be okay. You better be, I said. I'd hate to see my little brother get flattened while I'm setting a new record. He laughed quietly. You're really confident. Confidence, I said, is what happens when you're always right. He shook his head with a small smile. When we reached the station, the crowd of other students was already gathering kids from every corner of Japan, some with obvious quirks, some looking like they'd trained their whole lives for this. Izuku's eyes darted around, taking in every detail. So many people, he murmured. Relax, I said. You're not fighting them. Yet. He laughed nervously. Right. The train ride to UA was short. Izuku kept mumbling under his breath, probably reviewing battle tactics from his notebooks. I leaned back, eyes closed, ignoring the chatter. When we arrived, the sight of UA High never failed to impress. The massive gates, the towering buildings, the sheer scale of the place, it screamed prestige. Izuku stopped walking, staring up at it in awe. Wow! Yeah, it's big, I said. Try not to drool. He blinked and wiped his mouth, embarrassed. I'm not drooling. Yet, I said. Inside, the check-in area was crowded. Dozens of applicants lined up to register. The hall was filled with the sound of chatter, shoes against tile, and the faint buzz of excitement. Izuku clutched his papers tightly. I'm so nervous, Tony. You've said that 3 times, I said. Say it again and I'll start charging you for therapy. He chuckled awkwardly. We handed over our forms, got our ID numbers, and were directed toward the auditorium. Izuku immediately started whispering to himself again. I sighed and walked ahead. When we entered the main hall, the giant screen at the front flickered to life. Present Mick's voice boomed through the speakers. Welcome, future heroes. Izuku flinched. I didn't. I'd already expected the volume. Present Mike went on about the exam rules, the robots, the point system, the time limits. Izuku was scribbling notes even though everything was on the screen. I leaned back in my chair, bored. When he finished, a blue-haired kid stood up and started correcting something about the presentation. Izuku froze next to me. I glanced at the loud kid Tenya Ida. Polite, strict, mechanical. I remembered him. The commotion ended quickly, and everyone settled again. When the announcement ended, I stood and stretched. All right, let's get this over with. Izuku followed quickly. Yet, outside at the mock city testing grounds, the sky was bright. The massive gates that marked each area were lined with students, some warming up, others stretching. I could see Bakugo off to the side, arms crossed, already glaring at anyone who got near him. Typical. I looked over at Izuku. He was adjusting his shoes like that was going to help his nerves. "You look like you're about to take a math test," I said. He laughed nervously. I don't want to mess up." "Then don't," I said simply. "It's not complicated." He nodded quickly. "Right." I looked down at my watch, the small arc reactor logo on the display pulsing. "All right, Juno, we're online." Her voice came through my earpiece softly. "Yes, Tony. Suit systems are in standby mode." "Perfect." Izuku blinked. "You're really wearing the suit?" "Under the clothes," I said casually. "Modular nanotech plates. You think I'd walk around in full armor?" "That's amazing," he whispered. "How'd you?" "Trade secret," I said, checking the readings. "Now focus on your own exam." He nodded. "Right." The gates rumbled open, and Present Mix voice boomed again. "There are no countdowns in real battles. Go. Go. Go." I grinned. Now this is my kind of test. I stepped forward as the plates of the Mark VI deployed instantly, sliding into place from my wristbands and chest rig. The armor formed around me in perfect sync, sealing shut with a mechanical hiss. The HUD flared to life. "Suit fully operational," Juno reported. "Good," I said, igniting the thrusters. "Let's make an impression." The moment my feet left the ground, I shot past the crowd, the repulsors cutting through the air. Below, robots were already moving. Students scattered, yelling, activating quirks. I didn't slow down. The first robot came into range. A quick double repulsor blast took its head clean off. The explosion lit the street. I moved smoothly to the next one. "Enemy count, 6, Juno said. "Approach from the west." "Got it." I dove low, firing off a pulse at the ground, blasting myself upward before spinning midair and launching a wide burst. 3 more robots shattered on impact. The sensors showed Izuku running on the other side of the field, already in motion, focusing on smaller targets. He was fast, but still holding back his power. I could see it. "Tony," Juno said. "Energy output stable. You are maintaining 70% efficiency." "Noted," I said. "Let's bring it to 90. The HUD adjusted as I charged another burst. The air cracked as the repulsors flared brighter. I hit another 2-pointer dead center, metal shards flying. "Nice," I said to myself. "Clean work." Everywhere I looked, the scene was chaos: students using quirks, buildings shaking, debris flying. But from above, it was just data. Clean targets, predictable movement. Easy. Juno tracked everything in real time. Remaining targets in proximity, 4. Suggest flanking approach. Done. I angled downward, jets flaring. The suit moved effortlessly, responding instantly to each command. The new stabilizers made every turn smooth. It felt natural, like an extension of me. Below, I caught sight of Izuku stopping near an alley, panting. His eyes flicked up as he saw me fly past. He grinned faintly, wiping sweat from his forehead. I gave him a small nod before banking left. "Tony," Juno said. "Large target detected. Coordinates northwest. 0-pointer. Confirmed. Showtime." The ground started shaking as the massive robot rose above the buildings. Students screamed and scattered. the air filled with the sound of grinding metal. I stayed midair, observing. Juno, analyze weak points. Joint plates at shoulders and neck area. Armor density minimal. Perfect, I said. Let's clip its wings. The repulsors roared as I ascended quickly, then dropped in a dive straight at the robot's neck. The blast hit dead on. Metal tore apart, smoke billowed, the head cracked open. The giant stumbled. Hit confirmed, Juno said. Yeah, I saw. I backed off, hovering high as the machine collapsed. The ground quaked again as dust rose around the wreckage. Students stared upward, some cheering, others too shocked to move. I didn't linger. I turned to look for Izuku and spotted him sprinting toward a girl pinned under debris. Figures. Always running toward danger. I watched as he hesitated for a moment, then activated his quirk, blasting himself upward and punching the zero-pointer's head in one blow. Classic. The kid made it. He fell fast. I dove after him just in case, but the girl's quirk caught him midair. He hit the ground safely, limbs shaking but alive. Good job, kid, I muttered, landing on a nearby rooftop. When the timer sounded, the battlefield went quiet. The remaining robots powered down, and rescue bots moved in. I deactivated my suit's exterior plating, the armor folding neatly back into compact form. Juno's voice came through. Test complete. Final tally, 138 points. Acceptable, I said. Acceptable. Juno repeated. I don't do modesty, I said. Log it. Logged. I walked toward the gathering area where the other students were regrouping. Izuku sat on the ground, arm bandaged by the medbits, smiling weakly. When he spotted me, he waved. Tony, he called. You did amazing. I know, I said. You didn't do bad yourself. You even managed to stay conscious this time. He laughed sheepishly. Yeah. Proud of you, I said, patting his shoulder. You did good. He smiled wide. Thanks. Now, I said, glancing toward the exit, let's go home. You're going to sleep for 12 hours, and I'm going to check how many points I broke. He nodded. Okay. We left UA together, walking side by side in the golden light of late afternoon. He was tired but smiling. I was calm, satisfied. The work had paid off. The tech was flawless, the performance clean. Tomorrow, the results would come. But I already knew mine. Juno's voice came quietly through the earpiece. Tony, all data compiled. Would you like me to begin review? Yeah, I said, smiling faintly. Start the report. Chapter 8, The Acceptance Letters. It had been 4 days since the UA entrance exam. 4 days of waiting. 4 days of Izuku pacing holes into the living room carpet and muttering to himself about how badly he might have done. He'd recited the scoring criteria so many times I could quote it backwards. I didn't bother pacing. I already knew I got in. The morning sunlight hit the window just right as I sat at the table with a mug of black coffee, scrolling through data logs on a tablet. The Mark 6's performance readouts glowed bright and perfect across the screen. Not a single failure line, not one system spike. Everything had worked exactly as I designed it to. From the other room, I heard footsteps. Then Izuku's voice tight with nerves. Tony. They came. They're here. He nearly tripped over his own feet running into the room, waving 2 small U.A stamped packages in his hands. His eyes were wide, his face pale, his voice cracking slightly. Look. 1 for you, 1 for me. I looked up slowly, deliberately taking a sip of my coffee before answering. You know, most people would open theirs before sprinting across the house. He froze, still breathing hard. I didn't want to open it alone. I raised an eyebrow. So you're dragging me into the suspense? Great. He laughed nervously. You're not nervous at all. Not even a little, I said flatly, setting the tablet aside. When you blow up half the test robots and walk out with the crowd cheering, you stop worrying about rejection letters. Izuku swallowed hard. I didn't blow anything up. Exactly, I said. That's why you're nervous. He smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Yet. All right, I said, taking the letter from his hand. Let's see what we've got. We both sat down at the table. I tapped my letter open first. The moment I did, a small disc slid out and projected a holographic display onto the air in front of us. The image flickered before stabilizing Principal Nizu, small and calm, smiling like he'd just had the best tea of his life. Good afternoon, Mr. Stark, his cheerful voice said through the hologram. I must say, your performance during the practical exam was unique. You've set quite the record. Izuku's mouth dropped open. Record? I smirked slightly. Of course. Nizu continued, adjusting his tiny paws on the desk. 138 villain points, the highest in recorded history. And oh, quite the technological marvel you demonstrated. Rest assured, your use of technology was fully reviewed and approved. Congratulations! Welcome to Class 1A. The projection flickered and shut off. Izuku just stared. 138 points. Yeah, I said, leaning back with a calm smile. Not bad for a morning workout. That's amazing, he said, nearly shouting. You did it, Tony. I know, I said smoothly. Now open yours before you pass out. He nodded quickly, fumbling with his package. His hands shook slightly as he pulled out his own disc. The hologram burst to life this time with All Might himself, larger than life, booming voice echoing through the room. I am here with a message. Izuku nearly fell off his chair. All Might. I sipped my coffee again. He's loud. I told you. All Might's smile softened slightly on the projection. Young Midoriya. You exceeded expectations. You showed courage and selflessness beyond measure. Though your villain points were low, you earned 60 rescue points. That puts you above the passing line. Izuku froze. His eyes widened, tears already forming. I passed. All Might gave a thumbs up. Welcome to UA. Hi, my boy. The projection ended with a flash of light. Izuku sat there, shaking slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching into a smile. I got in, he said softly. Yeah, you did, I said, setting down the mug. About time. He blinked fast, wiping his face. I can't believe it. Believe it, I said. You earned it. He laughed, trying to hold back the tears, failing completely. We both got in, Tony. We're going to UA together. Yeah, I said, smiling faintly. Try not to embarrass me on the first day. He laughed harder through the tears. I'll try. Later that afternoon, Izuku called Mom to the living room. The moment she saw the acceptance letters on the table, her hands went to her mouth. You both got in, she said, her eyes wide and full of pride. Izuku nodded quickly. Yeah, Mom. We did it. She pulled him into a hug instantly. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. He smiled shyly. Thanks, Mom. She turned to me next, still teary-eyed. And you, Tony. I knew you would make it. Of course I did, I said, grinning. Someone had to raise the average. She laughed through the tears. You boys are incredible. Izuku blushed. Thanks, Mom. I adjusted my sleeve calmly. We'll start next week, right? I'll need to update my schedule. You're already thinking about schedules. Izuku said, surprised. Of course, I said. Preparation is everything. Besides, I need to run one more systems test on the Mark the 6th before the first day. Izuku's eyes sparkled. You're taking the suit to school. Not exactly, I said. But I'm keeping it on standby. Never know when you'll need extra support. He nodded, still full of excitement. That evening, after dinner, I headed down to the lab. The lights flickered on automatically as I entered. The Mark the 6th stood tall, perfectly polished, the core pulsing softly in the dark. Juno, I said, setting down a notepad on the table. Run the post-exam analysis again. Her voice came instantly. Analysis complete. You achieved a 100% mission success rate. No critical system errors detected. Perfect, I said. Any adjustments needed for long-term operation? Minor improvements could be made to energy conservation. Estimated increase, 4%. Do it, I said. We're going to need it. Izuku's voice echoed faintly from upstairs. Tony. Can I come down? Yeah, I called. Come on. He appeared a few seconds later, still in his pajamas, holding a notebook under his arm. Still writing about the exam? I asked. Yeah, he said with a nervous laugh. I'm trying to remember everything so I can get better. Good, I said. Keep that up. Improvement's everything. He looked at the Mark the 6th, eyes shining. It's still incredible. I can't believe you built this. Believe it, I said. And I'm not stopping there. The Mark 7's next. Already? He asked, amazed. Always, I said. That's how you stay ahead. He smiled. You're amazing, Tony. I know, I said with a grin. He laughed softly, leaning on the railing. I can't wait for you. Don't sound too excited, I said. You haven't met your teachers yet. He blinked. You know who they are? Of course I do, I said. One of them's All Might. Try not to faint when he calls your name. He blushed. I won't. Good, I said. Now get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be busy. He nodded quickly. Okay. Night, Tony. Night, kid. He ran up the stairs, still full of energy. I turned back to the Mark the 6th, the faint hum of its reactor filling the quiet space. Juno, I said. New file. Label it Class 1A Operations. We'll need to track everything starting next week. File created, she said. Good, I said. We've got work to do. The next morning was bright and clear. I was up early, making final adjustments to the watch interface linked to my armor. Izuku stumbled into the kitchen half asleep, hair even messy than usual. Morning, I said. Morning, Tony, he mumbled. You ready for orientation? I asked, stirring my coffee. He rubbed his eyes. Kinda. I barely slept. You'll be fine, I said. You survived All Might's training. This will be easier. He smiled faintly. Yeah. Good, I said, finishing my drink. Eat something. You'll need the energy. He nodded and grabbed toast, chewing quickly as he packed his things. Mom walked in just as we were putting on our shoes. You two look so handsome. Izuku flushed bright red. Mohom. I smirked. She's right. Good luck today, she said, hugging both of us. Thanks, Mom, Izuku said. I patted her shoulder lightly. Don't worry. We'll make sure not to blow up the classrooms. She laughed. Please don't. The train ride to UA was quiet, except for Izuku fidgeting with his bag and mumbling about strategy. I leaned against the window, watching the city roll by. When we stepped off, the campus gates loomed tall again. Students were gathering, all wearing the new UA uniforms. I adjusted my tie slightly, scanning the crowd. The Kugo was already there, hands in his pockets, glaring at the sky. Typical. Izuku froze when he saw him. Kaken's here. Yeah, I said. Try not to let him blow your face off. Izuku laughed weakly. I'll try. The intercom crackled, and a calm voice called everyone inside. I glanced at Izuku. Ready? He nodded quickly. Yeah. Good, I said. Let's go make an entrance. Chapter 9, Class 1A Orientation. The front gates of UA looked even larger up close. Sunlight bounced off the steel archway, students streamed through the courtyard, and the low hum of chatter filled the air. Izuku was practically vibrating beside me, his fingers twitching like he wanted to grab a notebook and start writing down everything he saw. I slipped my hands into my pockets, straightened my tie, and started walking. Tony, wait up, he said, jogging after me. You walk too slow, I said. I'm just trying to take it all in, he said nervously. It's really happening. It's a school, not Disneyland, I said. Come on. We've got to find Class 1A before someone blocks the hallway. Inside, the corridors gleamed. Every wall, every door, everything screamed high-end. I scanned the subtle layout as we walked: cameras in the corners, magnetic locks built into the classroom doors, biometric access pads hidden beneath the metal trim. UA didn't mess around. I lifted my watch slightly and tapped the edge. The screen flickered for a moment as the embedded nanotech synced with the building's wireless frequency. A quick scan confirmed what I already expected: tight encryption, constant security sweeps. Smart, I muttered under my breath. Izuku glanced over. What is it? Nothing, I said. Just admiring their system design. Oh, he said, not understanding but smiling anyway. When we reached the door labeled 1A, Izuku stopped. He stared at the sign for a solid 10 seconds like it was a sacred relic. This is it, he said softly. Yeah, I said. You going to open it, or should I? He took a deep breath and pushed it open. The door slid aside to reveal a room that looked more like a conference hall than a classroom. Massive desks, tall ceilings, the faint hum of automated climate control. A few students were already there. The Kugo sat slouched near the middle, smirk plastered on his face. Ida stood stiffly by the front, posture perfect, glasses glinting. Okako Yurika waved from her seat when she saw Izuku, cheerful and bright. Whoa, Izuku said quietly. Pretty big, huh? Yurika said, smiling. Why yeah, he said awkwardly. Ida turned toward me almost immediately. You must be Stark, correct? The one who ranked first in the practical. I gave a small nod. That's me. He adjusted his glasses. Your display during the exam was remarkable. However, I'd like to discuss your choice to use weaponized suits in a civilian test environment. I didn't ask for feedback, I interrupted smoothly. But thanks. His posture stiffened. I was only offering professional critique. Then save it for someone who needs it, I said calmly, walking past him toward the window seat. He blinked rapidly, flustered. Yes. understood. Izuku whispered nervously, Tony, that was a little. I know, I said, sitting down. It was efficient. Bakugo glanced up, sneering. Ha! Figures you'd sit there all smug, Stark. You think a metal suit makes you special. I met his glare with the same even expression I always had. No, the brain inside it does. He clicked his tongue. TCH. You're just lucky I didn't feel like showing off that day. Right, I said. That must be it. Izuku tried to laugh awkwardly. Hey, Kakin. Bakugo shot him a look sharp enough to cut steel. What, Deku? I just congrats on getting in. Bakugo leaned back in his chair. Whatever. Don't get in my way. I looked between the two and sighed quietly. Same dynamic. Same energy. Some things never changed. Before anyone could say anything else, a monotone voice came from the doorway. If you're here to socialize, leave. If you're here to learn, sit down and shut up. The room went quiet immediately. Everyone turned to look at the tall man wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag, messy hair covering half his face. He looked half asleep, half annoyed. Homeroom teacher, I muttered. He walked to the front of the room, unzipping the sleeping bag and standing straight. I'm Izuku. I'll be your instructor for the next 3 years. Let's get this over with. Izuku whispered, he looks scary. Because he is, I said quietly. Izuku dropped a stack of uniforms on the desk. Put these on. We're going outside. Outside? Eureka said, surprised. Quirk assessment, Izuku said flatly. Get moving. No one argued. 10 minutes later, we were outside on the training field. The morning air was sharp and cool. Izuku stood in front of us with a tablet in hand. Today, he said, we'll determine your baseline. Strength, speed, agility, power control. You'll be graded accordingly. Bakugo smirked. Sounds easy. Izuku didn't even look up. Good. Then you'll have no excuses when you fail. Bakugo's grin twitched. Izuku's gaze shifted toward me. Stark? You scored the highest during the exam. Let's see if you can back that up without blowing up the field. Of course I can, I said confidently. He gestured toward the baseball launcher. Throw as hard as you can. No restrictions. I walked up to the line calmly, the wind brushing my hair. The class murmured quietly behind me. I tapped my watch once, and the familiar shimmer of nanotech rippled across my arm as part of the Mark VI deployed just the gauntlet this time. The repulsor disc hummed softly. Wait, he's allowed to use that. Kaminari blurted. Izuku's eyes glowed red briefly under his hair. If he breaks something, I'll stop him. Fair, I said. I turned toward the open field, tightened my stance, and pulled back my arm. The gauntlet's repulsor whined as it built charge. Then I threw. The ball screamed through the air like a missile, disappearing into the horizon. The shockwave kicked up dust across the ground. The class gawked. Izuku glanced at the reading on his tablet. 974 meters. I adjusted my cuff. Could have hit 1,000 if I'd calibrated first. Bakugo's grin twitched into a snarl. Izuku simply nodded. Next. Izuku stepped up nervously. I could see him overthinking already. Relax, I called. Don't break your hand. He looked back at me, startled. Oh okay. Izuku gave him the same instruction. Full strength. Izuku clenched his fist. His arm glowed faintly with energy. Then he threw. The ball soared upward but veered slightly. The result flashed 70 meters. Izuku sighed. Better than nothing. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Ida crossed his arms. That was still respectable, Midoriya. Yeah, I said. For someone who's not used to his power, it's fine. Izuku smiled weakly. Thanks. The rest of the tests followed. Speed runs, jumps, grip strength. I did every event cleanly, minimal flash, maximum result. The Mark 6's micro-assisted servo bands gave me perfect control while staying technically within personal enhancement. Izuku didn't stop me once. Bakugo crushed the dynamometer test and immediately looked my way, clearly waiting for a reaction. I gave him none. He looked ready to explode again. Relax, I said evenly. You'll pull a muscle. Shut up, he snapped. I raised my hands slightly. Touchy. Izuku quietly whispered from behind me, Kaken's gonna pop a vein. Let him, I said. Less competition. By the end of the session, everyone was exhausted. Izuku scrolled through the data on his tablet, expression unreadable. Results are acceptable, he said finally. No one's expelled. Yet. The entire class let out a collective sigh of relief. I adjusted my tie. So, that's it for today. For now, Izuku said. You'll get your dorm assignments this evening. Dismissed. Students started heading back toward the building. I stayed a moment longer, checking the data readout on my watch. The Mark 6's readings were perfect. Juno's voice came quietly through the earpiece. All recorded data stored. Would you like to begin analysis? Yeah, I said under my breath. Start compiling motion metrics for everyone in class. Understood, she replied. Izuku came running up. Tony. That was amazing. You threw the ball almost a kilometer. Yeah, I said. Not bad for a morning warm-up. He laughed. You're incredible. I know, I said, glancing around as the rest of the class gathered near the doors. Come on. Let's go before Bakugo decides to pick another fight. Inside, the students began introducing themselves properly. Uraraka chatted cheerfully with Tsuyu Azui, Ida was lecturing Kaminari about classroom rules, and Kirishima was loudly declaring how manly Bakugo's explosions were. I leaned back in my seat, letting the noise roll past. Izuku looked around, smiling awkwardly at everyone. It's really happening, he said quietly. Yeah, I said. Welcome to Class 1A. He grinned. I checked my watch again. The tiny display showed a quiet stream of data, motion captures, quirk signatures, heat patterns. I'd recorded the entire field test. It wasn't just for curiosity, it was information. Patterns. Data I could use to improve the suit's combat adaptability. The door slid open again, and All Might's booming voice filled the room. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. Half the class jumped in surprise. Izuku nearly fell out of his seat. I smirked faintly. He's really committed to that entrance. All Might stood proudly at the front. Welcome, students. Today marks your first step into your future as heroes. His enthusiasm filled the room instantly. Even Bakugo looked half impressed. I leaned back, arms crossed, quietly scanning the readouts on my watch while All Might spoke about hero fundamentals and training exercises. When he finished, he pointed dramatically toward the lockers at the side of the room. Suit up. We're heading to ground beta for combat training. The class buzzed with excitement. Izuku turned to me, eyes wide. Combat training? Already? Yep, I said, standing. About time. He smiled nervously. This is gonna be tough, isn't it? Of course, I said. That's the fun part. Chapter 10, Suit Up and Step Out. The locker room was louder than I wanted it to be. Every voice bounced off the tile walls, Kirishima laughing, Kaminari cracking bad jokes, and Shiro trying to calm Bakugo down from threatening someone for looking at him wrong. Izuku was beside me, fumbling with his locker lock like it was a bomb. "Relax," I said as I unbuttoned my uniform jacket and hung it neatly. He glanced over, startled. "Hey? Oh. Sorry, I can't believe we're doing combat training already." "Believe it," I said. "It's called Hero School, not nap time." He chuckled nervously. "Right." I opened my locker, and instead of the standard issue UA suit, my equipment sat inside a sleek black case marked with a faint arc reactor symbol. I pressed my thumb to the biometric lock. The lid clicked open, revealing the compact deployment modules of the Mark VI. Smooth silver alloy gleamed under the light. Kirishima peeked over curiously. "Whoa, what's that?" "My uniform," I said calmly. "That doesn't look like a costume," Kaminari said, pointing. "It's not," I said. "It's a design." Bakugo scoffed. "Figures you'd bring your toy armor." "What, can't fight without it?" I smiled faintly. "I can. I just prefer not to get dirty." He growled. "You." Kirishima stepped between us quickly. "Hey, save it for the training, guys." Bakugo clicked his tongue and turned away, yanking his own costume straps tight. Izuku whispered beside me, "Tony, are you really going to use the full suit?" "Of course," I said. All Might said hero costumes are extensions of ourselves. This is mine. Besides, it'd be rude not to show what top-tier design looks like. He nodded, still clearly nervous. "Right. Relax, kid," I said, giving him a quick glance. "You'll be fine. Just don't punch through a wall and break your arms again." He flushed red. "I won't." "Good," I said, tapping my watch. "Then let's go to work." The nanotech shimmered instantly, wrapping around me from neck to toe in under 2 seconds. The full Mark VI locked into place with a metallic click, the arc reactor glowing steadily in the center of my chest. The eyes lit bright gold. The whole locker room went quiet. Kirishima's jaw dropped. "That's so manly." Kaminari whistled. "Bro, that's insane." Shiro nodded fast. "You built that yourself?" "Of course," I said. "You think I ordered it online?" Even Bakugo couldn't hide the faint twitch of surprise before he scowled. "Show off." I grinned behind the helmet. "Compliment accepted." Izuku just stared in awe, his hands twitching slightly. "It's still so amazing every time I see it." "Focus," I said, the voice modulator lowering my tone slightly. "You've got your costume." He held up the folded green suit. "Yeah." "Good," I said. "Put it on. We're up soon." By the time we walked out to ground beta, the rest of the class had already gathered. The massive training complex stretched ahead: concrete towers, steel structures, simulated streets. All Might stood at the front, beaming. "I am here ready to teach heroes," he shouted. The class cheered, except for Izuku, who looked mildly annoyed at the noise from a distance. I crossed my arms as All Might went on about teamwork and hero fundamentals. He gestured dramatically toward us. "Everyone! Look at these costumes. They represent your identities. Now we begin the first exercise, the hero and villain trials." Izuku stood straight beside me, his green costume neatly adjusted, the mask hanging around his neck. His eyes darted nervously across the field. "Tony," he whispered. "We could be paired up with anyone." "I know," I said. That's what makes it interesting. All Might continued explaining the rules: 2 teams, heroes and villains, one side guarding a nuclear device, the other side trying to secure it. Standard capture scenario. When he started listing teams, the class fell into silence, waiting. First match, All Might announced. Team A Midoriya and Stark. Izuku gasped. Together. I smiled faintly. Guess the universe likes efficiency. All Might raised his hand. And for their opponent's team D, Bakugo and Ida. Izuku's color drained immediately. Kick-in. Bakugo grinned from across the field, explosions popping faintly in his palms. Hat. Perfect. I looked at Izuku calmly. You okay? I think so. You'll be fine, I said. I'll handle him if he starts screaming. He nodded nervously. All Might clapped his hands. Teams, prepare. Heroes will enter the building after the villains secure the objective. Inside the briefing area, Izuku was pacing again. The map of the building glowed on the monitor. All right, I said, leaning over the layout. 2 floors, multiple corridors, solid concrete walls. They'll probably put the fake bomb on the upper floor, less entry points. Izuku stopped pacing. Kikin will go for me first. Obviously, I said. That's good. I'll keep Ida busy. But Ida's really fast. Izuku said. What if? Kid, I said, raising an eyebrow inside the helmet, relax. I've got it handled. Just stick to the plan. Stay mobile, don't let Bakugo corner you. I'll cover the rest. He took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. I trust you. Good, I said. That's smart. The buzzer sounded outside. All Might's voice echoed through the speakers. Villains, start setting up. We watched Bakugo and Ida disappear into the building feed. I adjusted the HUD on my visor, tapping through several overlays. The internal sensors synced instantly with the structure's blueprint. Thermal imaging ready, Juno said through my earpiece. Good, I said quietly. Run a passive scan. 2 life signatures detected on the 2nd floor, she reported. Exactly where I expected, I said. All right, Midoriya. We go in quiet for the first 2 minutes. After that, it's open season. He nodded, eyes focused. Got it. When the next buzzer sounded, we moved. The halls were dim, lit only by overhead lamps. Izuku followed close behind me, keeping his steps light. I moved first, scanning every corner. The suit's sensors painted heat outlines through walls. Bakugo's energy signature glowed brighter than the rest, his quirk constantly active. He's waiting, I said quietly. Izuku nodded. He'll come for me first. I smirked slightly. Let him try. We turned a corner and there he was. Bakugo stepped into view, palms already sparking. Found you. Izuku flinched back. I stepped forward. Bakugo launched an explosion down the hallway. The blast filled the corridor with smoke and heat. I raised my arm, the repulsor field activating instantly. The fire rolled off harmlessly. Really? I said through the smoke. That's your big move. He growled. You're dead. He blasted forward, palm outstretched. I sidestepped cleanly, grabbed his wrist mid-charge, and twisted. His momentum flipped him over my shoulder. He crashed into the wall hard enough to rattle dust loose. Still explosive, I said. Still predictable. He jumped back up, snarling. You. I hit the repulsor once, a controlled pulse that sent him sliding backward across the floor. Lesson 1, don't charge a man with superior tech. He roared, blasting forward again. I met him halfway, deflecting every blow with minimal effort. The armor's servos whirred quietly as the HUD tracked his every movement. Tony! Izuku called from behind. Ida's gone. Good, I said. He's with the objective. Go. I'll handle fireworks. Izuku hesitated. But... Go. I snapped. He nodded and sprinted down the side hall. Bakugo saw him and cursed. Get back here, Deku! He tried to blast after him, but I stepped between them again, firing a short-range repulsor burst that hit him square in the chest. He skidded backward, armor singed. You really don't learn, I said. Shut up, he shouted, launching a massive explosion. The hallway lit up with fire. The pressure hit me hard, the suit compensating instantly. I raised both arms and fired back, the twin repulsors blasting through the flame. The two forces collided, pushing air outward in a shockwave that cracked nearby windows. When the smoke cleared, Bakugo was still standing, breathing hard, scorch marks on his sleeves. He grinned despite it. Not bad, Metal Man. Thanks, I said. Now stay down. He didn't. Meanwhile, Izuku had reached the upper floor. I could hear the COMM feed crackling in my ear as he called out. Tony! I found Ida. He's guarding the bomb. Good, I said, deflecting another explosion. Handle it. He hesitated. Handle it. Yes, I said. You wanted to be a hero. Be one. There was silence for a few seconds, then the faint sound of running through the COMM. I focused back on Bakugo. He lunged again. This time, I sidestepped fully, grabbed his shoulder plate, and slammed him into the ground. The armor absorbed the shock perfectly. You're strong, I said. But you lack control. He coughed, glaring up. You think you're better than me? I don't think, I said. I know. His palms flared again. I stepped back, letting him explode another section of floor. The heat washed over the armor harmlessly. Tony! I got the weapon. Izuku's voice came through again. We did it. Bakugo froze mid-step, realizing what that meant. I raised my arm, repulsor aimed. Game over. The buzzer blared. Hero team wins. Bakugo slumped against the wall, breathing hard. I powered down the gauntlets, the glowing lights fading. He glared up at me. I'll beat you next time. You can try, I said evenly. Just maybe start by thinking first. He growled low but didn't answer. Izuku arrived a minute later, panting but smiling. We won. I know, I said. Good work. He smiled wide. You too. That was amazing. Of course it was, I said. We planned it. All Might's voice boomed over the speakers. Excellent work, heroes. Both sides showed great effort. We regrouped with the others at the control station. All Might was grinning proudly. Young Stark, that was an excellent display of control and precision. And Midoriya, good teamwork. Izuku turned red. Thank you. I nodded slightly. Just doing my part. Bakugo stomped past, still fuming. This isn't over. Never said it was, I replied calmly. All Might laughed loudly. That's the spirit. Competition builds strength. Ida approached next, straightening his helmet. Your coordination was admirable. You two make a very effective pair. Thanks, I said. We aim for results. He nodded seriously. A commendable outlook. Izuku smiled nervously. You did great too, Ida. Indeed, he said, bowing slightly. When the session ended, the class dispersed. I stayed behind for a moment, standing near the observation deck as everyone left. The sky was beginning to dim, the training lights flickering on. Juno's voice came through quietly. All recorded data complete. Combat efficiency at 98%. Good, I said. Save it for review. Saved, she replied. Izuku jogged over. Tony. That was incredible. Yeah, I said. You didn't mess up. I'm impressed. He grinned. Thanks. Keep it up, I said. You'll get there. He nodded happily. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I said. Go get some rest. Chapter 11, Pre-Deployment Protocol. The lab was warm from the reactors, every surface humming with current. The air smelled faintly of metal and solder. I'd been awake 42 hours, but I didn't feel it. The Mark 7 stood finished on the center platform, sleek silver-red alloy, denser plating around the chest, adaptive thruster pods folded tight along the back. Juno's voice filled the room. Mark 7 calibration complete. Power core efficiency at 98%. About time, I said. Run one more stress loop on the flight array. Running. The new core pulsed brighter, steady as a heartbeat. No rattle, no surge. Perfect. I stepped closer, tightening one last seal on the shoulder joint. The hiss of compressed air faded and the plates locked into place with a sharp click. Steps echoed on the stairs. Izuku jogged down in his uniform shirt, hair a mess. Tony. You actually finished it, he said, grinning. Obviously, I said, checking the tablet readout. I told you it'd be done before the weekend. He stopped beside me, staring up at the armor. It looks incredible, so clean. What's new about this one? Everything, I said. Mark 7's lighter, faster, higher yield repulsors, full environmental seal, emergency ejection system, and a built-in nanofabricator for field repairs. Basically, it's smarter than most people. He laughed. You always say that. Because it's true, I said. I looked over at the older Mark VI in the corner, the gold finish reflecting the arc light. And speaking of smart, congratulations. It's yours now. He froze. Wait, mine? Yeah, I said casually. You've been using the 3 for practice. It's outdated. The 6's ready for field use, and you're capable enough not to blow yourself up anymore. His mouth fell open. Tony, I can't. This one's yours, I cut in. Don't argue. Just don't scratch it. He burst out laughing. I'll take care of it. I promise. Good, I said. Suit up. Let's see if it still fits as well as last time. He rushed over. The armor unfolded smoothly, panels sliding open in sequence. He stepped inside, the system scanned him instantly. Biometric match confirmed, Juno said. New user authorized. Set the servo sensitivity to 70%, I told her. Ease him in. Confirmed. The suit closed around Izuku. He flexed his hands, the repulsors flickering alive. Wow, it feels different. Smoother. It is, I said. I upgraded the gyro link. Better motion feedback. Move around, don't crash into anything. He laughed, taking slow steps. The plates shifted with his movements, fluid and quiet. This is amazing, he said, voice echoing inside the helmet. Don't get sentimental, I said, walking past him toward the control board. We've got to run diagnostics on both suits before the field trip. He blinked. Field trip? The USJ exercise next week, I said. Rescue scenarios, multiple zones, water, fire, debris, the whole show. Oh. Right, he said, excited again. All Might's leading that. Yeah, I said. Which means we'll need full readiness. He tilted his head. You sound serious. I'm always serious about preparation, I said. He nodded quickly. Then let's run the checks. We worked through the night. Izuku flew short test patterns inside the flight chamber while I adjusted energy ratios on the 7. Sparks showered as the gauntlet ports calibrated. Repulsor output at 100%, Juno reported. Good, I said, watching the telemetry. Mark 7 officially outperforms everything else I've built. Izuku hovered a few meters off the ground, the 6's thrusters steady. It's so responsive. Like it's reading my mind. It's reading your muscle impulses, I corrected. Same difference. He laughed, easing down. Thanks again, Tony. I mean it. Don't thank me yet, I said. You're going to need practice before the trip. The 6's strong, but if you overthrottle the repulsors, you'll cook the regulators. Got it. I powered down the 7 and removed the gauntlets, setting them on the bench. The glow faded to a soft blue. All right, I said. Wrap up for tonight. We've got a week to get everything dialed in. Okay, he said, opening the armor and stepping out, sweat on his forehead but smiling. Go shower, I said. You smell like burnt circuitry. He laughed. Good night, Tony. Night, kid. He jogged upstairs. I waited until the sound of his door closed before turning back to the Mark 7. Juno, I said quietly. Pull up USJ schematics. A holographic projection filled the room, a 3D map of the entire facility, each zone highlighted. Load perimeter coordinates, I said. Mark these 4 points outside the main dome. Coordinates locked, she said. Deploy standby suits, I said. Mark 4, V, and the prototypes. Keep them cloaked and powered down until I call them. Transfer in progress, she replied. The wall panels opened, revealing the older models lined in storage. Their reactors glowed faintly as drones lifted them one by one to the launch platforms. Routing flight path? Juno asked. Silent route, I said. Altitude under radar threshold. Deposit all units in the canyon east of USJ under camouflage netting. Confirmed. The drones lifted off, the sound fading quickly as they vanished through the night. The monitors showed their progress, 3 small red dots moving across the city grid. I leaned against the console, arms crossed. Once they're in position, link their systems to you only. No external signals, no trace. Affirmative, Juno said. By the time the transfer finished, dawn was brushing against the window. I exhaled, straightened my tie, and shut off the secondary lights. Backup network ready, Juno confirmed. Good. Keep them sleeping until I say otherwise. The next few days were ordinary, at least on the surface. Classes went on, training continued, and the rest of the class buzzed about the upcoming USJ visit like it was a vacation. In reality, I used every spare moment to refine contingency plans. During lunch, while everyone talked, I tapped through maps on my tablet, running simulations quietly under the desk. Izuku noticed once. Tony, are you planning something? Just reviewing rescue protocols, I said. 13th lessons heavy on logistics. I like to be ahead. He smiled. Of course you do. Exactly, I said. By Thursday night, everything was ready. The hidden suits were in position, sensors synced, communications silent. I stood in the lab again, helmet of the 7 resting on the table. Juno's voice broke the quiet. Final diagnostic complete. All external units stable. Battery charge full. Good, I said. Run a manual ping on each. 1 online. 2 online. 3 online. All systems ready. I nodded slowly. Perfect. The hum of the arc reactor filled the silence again. I looked over the display one last time. Every contingency was in place. The door opened upstairs. Izuku's footsteps came down. Tony. You're still awake? Always, I said. You ready for tomorrow? He smiled, nervous and excited. Yet. I can't wait to see the USJ in person. Just remember, I said, it's a training site. Not a theme park. Pay attention to instructions, don't do anything reckless, and if something goes wrong I stopped myself and changed tone. You stay with the group. Got it. He nodded fast. Got it. I'll be careful. Good, I said, softening slightly. Now get some sleep. Big day tomorrow. Night, Tony, he said, heading back up the stairs. Night, kid, I said quietly. When the room was silent again, I turned back to the Mark 7, tightening one last panel on the gauntlet. Juno, I said. Tomorrow morning, standby mode at 7:30. Sync the external suits to passive surveillance. Confirmed, she said. Will you be deploying personally? Always, I said. Just a precaution. Morning came sharp and clear. I put on the Mark 7 in sections, the panels sliding into place perfectly. The hum of the core steadied my focus. Izuku arrived in the 6, reactor glowing bright. Ready? I asked. He nodded enthusiastically. Ready. Then let's go, I said. We stepped out of the lab together into the bright light of day, both suits reflecting the morning sun, 2 armors, twin cores, both humming quietly as we headed toward what everyone thought would be an ordinary field trip. Chapter 12, Departure and Arrival. Morning sunlight came through the kitchen window, spilling across the table. Mom had made breakfast early, humming under her breath, her apron still half untied. The smell of eggs and miso soup filled the air. Izuku sat across from me, wearing his UA uniform, fidgeting with his chopsticks, clearly too nervous to eat. You're shaking again, I said, glancing over my coffee cup. He laughed weakly. I'm just excited, Tony. Today's the USJ trip. Rescue training with all might. It's going to be amazing. Relax, I said, stirring the cup. You'll enjoy it more if you stop twitching like a short-circuited drone. I know, he said quickly, smiling. Mom turned from the counter, watching us both. You two look so grown up in those uniforms, she said warmly. Make sure you stay safe, okay? We always do, I said. Izuku nodded. We will, Mom. She handed us lunchboxes. Here. You'll need these. Izuku accepted his with both hands. Thank you, Mom. I took mine with a small nod. Thanks. Have fun, boys, she said. Fun's relative, I said. Izuku laughed, trying to hide his nerves. We left the apartment together, the street already busy with morning commuters. Izuku talked the whole way, words spilling out faster than I could keep up, not that I tried. They say the USJ is huge. It has all these different zones: fire, flood, earthquake. 13 will be teaching us about rescue strategies, and All Might's going to be there too. Yeah, I said. I read the syllabus. He smiled sheepishly. Of course you did. I adjusted my jacket cuff as we walked. You've got the Mark the 6th synced to you. He nodded quickly. yet. It's in standby mode, like you showed me. I can activate it in 2 seconds. Good, I said. Don't use it unless you have to. It's rescue training, not a weapons test. Right, he said, nodding earnestly. We reached the train station, blending in with other students on their way to UA. The air was crisp, and the platform buzzed with noise. Izuku glanced over. Tony, you really think All Might will let us use our costumes for rescue practice? He will, I said. He likes demonstrations. He grinned, unable to hide his excitement. The train ride to UA was uneventful. By the time we arrived, the other students were already gathering near the front gates, crowding around the bus. Kirishima was chatting loudly with Kaminari, Mina was laughing about something Siro said, Ida was trying and failing to get everyone to stand in an organized line. Everyone, please maintain proper order before boarding. Ida said firmly, chopping his hand through the air for emphasis. Kaminari groaned. Dude, chill out. It's essential for her safety. Ida insisted. I stepped past them both, brushing my hands into my pockets. Relax, traffic cop. We'll all fit. He blinked, adjusting his glasses. Mr. Stark, punctuality and order are cornerstones of professionalism. I'm always punctual, I said. Order's overrated. He looked conflicted. That's not technically wrong, but... Good talk, I said, walking past him. Izuku ran up beside me, smiling nervously at the group. Morning, everyone. Eureka waved. Hey, Midoriya. Morning, Tony. Morning, I said with a nod. Kirishima grinned. Yo, Stark. You bringing your armor again? Always, I said. It's called being prepared. Manly, he said approvingly. Bakugo, standing a few seats away, snorted. What, you need your tinkin for a school trip too? I looked at him calmly. If being overprepared bothers you, that's your problem. He glared, but didn't reply. Izuku scratched his neck, awkwardly laughing. Kaken, good morning. Bakugo grunted something unintelligible. Once we were on the bus, the chatter picked up again. I sat by the window, legs crossed, while Izuku sat next to me, eyes flicking from student to student as if taking mental notes. Midoriya, Mina said from across the aisle, you're All Might's favorite, right? He turned bright red. And no. I'm just he's been mentoring me a little. Kaminari leaned over. Lucky. You actually get training from All Might himself. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. It's not really like that. Pretty much like that, I said without looking away from the window. Izuku groaned quietly. Tony. Eureka laughed. You two are always funny. Ida, still standing near the front, pointed toward me. Mr. Stark, is it true you scored the highest points during the entrance exam? Yeah, I said plainly. Several students turned, whispering. Kirishima whistled. Man, I knew you were good, but that's crazy. It's not luck, I said. It's design. They stared at me for a second before breaking into nervous laughter. Izuku sighed softly beside me. You always sound so confident. Because I am, I said. Confidence is knowing you can back it up. He smiled faintly. Right. The bus rolled through the city, the tall glass buildings giving way to open roads. The noise in the bus softened as the scenery changed. I leaned against the window, watching the clouds move. Tony, Juno's quiet voice came through my earpiece. External suits remain in standby mode. Cloaking active. No detection reports. Good, I said quietly. Izuku tilted his head. What was that? Nothing, I said casually. Just checking comms. He nodded, still oblivious. The bus arrived at the USJ gates before noon. The facility was even larger in person: metal domes, artificial terrain visible through the glass walls, huge water tanks glinting in the sunlight. Everyone filed out, gathering near the entrance. Izuku was there already, hands in his pockets, looking tired as usual. All here? He asked flatly. Yes, sir. Ida said loudly, standing at attention. Izuku gave him a long look, then sighed. Good enough. All Might wasn't there yet, but 13 stood near the door, her spacesuit shining under the lights. Hello, Class 1A, she greeted, cheerful and calm. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. The students murmured excitedly. This facility, 13 continued, is designed to simulate every kind of disaster imaginable: fire, flood, landslide, and more. Today, we'll focus on rescue techniques. Remember, a hero's job isn't just fighting villains, it's saving people. Izuku's face lit up with admiration. 13's amazing, she's saved so many people. Yeah, I said. And now she's going to teach you not to drown. He laughed nervously. Right. 13 gestured toward the massive doors. Follow me inside. The air inside the USJ was cool and slightly humid, a faint echo following every sound. The students spread out along the walkway overlooking the different zones: the fire section glowing faintly red, the flood zone glimmering blue. This place is huge, Kaminari said, leaning over the railing. Stay focused, Izuku said sharply. Yes, sir, Kaminari said quickly. 13 began explaining the rescue systems: how each area could simulate real conditions, how the training worked, how the goal wasn't competition but cooperation. Izuku listened intently, hanging on every word. I stood behind the group, arms folded, scanning the architecture. The observation deck above was quiet, the exits on either side clearly marked, the air filtration vents humming softly. Juno, I whispered under my breath. Confirm visual feed from external units. All 4 suits are stationary, underground perimeter stable, she said. Good, I said softly. Tony. Izuku turned slightly, confused. You say something. Just thinking, I said quickly. Keep listening. He nodded and turned back. 13 finished her speech with a small bow. Remember, everyone quirks are powerful, but if misused, they can hurt people instead of saving them. Always think before you act. Yes, ma'am, the class said together. Even Bakugo muttered something resembling agreement. Izuku stepped forward, scanning the group. We'll split into pairs for the first exercise. You'll each be assigned a rescue scenario. The class started buzzing again, students pairing up. Izuku turned to me immediately. We're together, right? Obviously, I said. You think I'd trust anyone else to keep you from getting stuck in a tree? He laughed awkwardly. I hope we get the flood zone. That one looks fun. Define fun, I said. Challenging, he said quickly. That's better, I said. Kirishima leaned over from the next group. Hey, if you two finish early, come help us. We're in the fire section. Sure, I said. If you don't burn first. He grinned. Man, you're confident about everything. Practice, I said. The students kept talking as Izuku organized the lists. I stood back again, eyes on the floor far below. Water shimmered in the flood zone. The sunlight hit the ceiling panels just right, casting soft reflections across the glass. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. I pressed my watch once, checking the encrypted status display. The 4 red dots marking the external suits were still solid hidden, idle, waiting. Izuku leaned against the railing beside me, smiling faintly. I can't wait to start. This is what being a hero's really about, right? Saving people, yeah, I said. It's important. He looked at me, surprised at the serious tone. You sound like All Might when you say it. I sound like me, I said. He just agrees with me sometimes. Izuku laughed, the tension easing from his shoulders. The class quieted again as Izuku finished assigning pairs. All right, he said. You'll move by group. Stay with your partner, follow the instructor's directions, and don't cause problems. Everyone nodded. I glanced once more at the far corner of the dome. Nothing unusual yet. Just the faint sound of water and the hum of the facility. Izuku nudged me slightly. Hey, you okay? Fine, I said. Just thinking about the tech they used to build this place. Yeah, he said, looking around. It's really advanced. It is, I said quietly. I watched the others laughing, joking, stepping toward their zones. The sound of running water mixed with the echo of voices. Everything looked calm. Too calm, but for now, that was fine. Chapter 13, Attack on USJ. 13 finished her explanation, voice steady through the helmet speaker, hands moving patiently as she went over evacuation routes and safety priorities. The class listened in quiet attention, some more focused than others. I stood a little behind the main group with Izuku at my side, arms folded, gaze drifting between 13, the flood zone below, and the upper reaches of the dome. The air system was running smoothly. No unusual noise. No pressure shifts. The lights on the far side were steady. So far, nothing. Heroes, 13 said, closing her gloved fingers into a fist, are often praised for their combat ability, but rescue is just as important. Quirks can hurt people if they are not used carefully. Today, we'll learn how to use them to protect others. Several students nodded. Ida stood ramrod straight. Izuku's eyes were bright with attention, every word clearly going into long-term storage in his head. Bakugo pretended to look bored and only partly succeeded. Izuku stepped forward, hands buried in his pockets. You heard her. Focus on the lesson. This isn't playtime. We'll rotate through zones. Don't do anything stupid. Kaminari leaned toward Zero and whispered anyway. Man, this place is insane. It's like a movie set. Izuku's eyes cut to him. Kaminari snapped his mouth shut. I let my arms drop loosely at my sides and glanced down toward the centerpiece plaza. From this vantage point, I could see most of the zone's ruined buildings, flood area, landslide rubble, fire sector. USJ had everything. Juno, I murmured under my breath, lips barely moving. Status check. Her voice slid clearly through the hidden earpiece. Internal link stable. External suits remain in standby mode. Cloaking and noise dampening active. No changes in perimeter. Good, I said quietly. Continue passive scan. Affirmative. Next to me, Izuku leaned forward, hands on the railing, eyes wide. This whole thing, just for training. It's incredible, Tony. Yeah, I said. Nice to see the school spend money on something useful. He smiled nervously. Do you think we'll get the flood zone first? No idea, I said. But whatever we get, you follow instructions, you watch your footing, and if anything feels wrong, you stay close. He blinked and straightened. Feels wrong. Instinct, I said. I trust mine. You should learn to notice yours. He nodded slowly. Okay. Izuku started calling names and pairing people. Groups began to shift. Ida was already trying to sort everyone into lines again. Midoriya. Stark, Izuku called. We both looked up. You'll be in the second rotation, he said. Flood zone first. 13 will brief you when it's your turn. Izuku lit up immediately. Flood zone. I knew it. You guessed once, I said. Don't act like it's fate. He rubbed the back of his neck, still smiling. I stepped closer to the railing, eyes drifting toward the center of the plaza again. The air felt normal. The facility hum was steady. But the timing lined up in my head. All of it. The day, the period, the participants. Juno, I said quietly, expand internal scan. Watch for distortions in particle density, energy spikes, anything that doesn't match known facility systems. Scanning, she replied. 13 clapped her hands together lightly. All right, everyone. First group, please follow me. We'll begin with simulated mudslides. Kirishima and a few others cheered. Kaminari made a weak noise that sounded less enthusiastic. As they started to move, I felt a slight drop in ambient noise behind 13's voice, a faint change in the lighting near the center of the plaza. Juno spoke again in my ear. Tony. Energy fluctuation detected. Non-facility origin. Central Plaza. Confirmed, I said quietly. My jaw tightened for a split second, then relaxed. Below, the air above the central platform began to twist. It did not resemble smoke or fog. It turned inward, a dark mass drawing itself together. Izuku's hands tightened on the rail. Tony, what is that? Nothing scheduled, I said. My tone stayed calm. 13 paused mid-sentence. Izuku's shoulders shifted. The dark mass expanded, reaching down to the floor and up toward the dome ceiling. It formed a warped, shifting cloud, pitch black with a faint purple sheen. Students murmured uneasily. That's not part of the training, right? Zero asked. No, Izuku said sharply. His tone left no space for misunderstanding. Get back. The cloud settled. Figures started stepping out. They came in groups: blue-skinned thugs, masked men and women, twisted shapes, a hulking figure in the back. In front of them stood a tall man with a pitch-black mist for a head and glowing yellow eyes. More villains emerged. Dozens. They spread across the plaza in disciplined formation. The atmosphere in the dome shifted sharply. Villains, Izuku whispered. Juno, I said under my breath, already moving one hand into my jacket. All external units to combat standby. No launch yet. Just hot. Understood, she said. Powering systems. Cloak intact. Izuku stepped in front of the group, scarf sliding down from around his neck into his hands. He stared at the central villain calmly. 13. Protect the students. Something's coming. The mist-headed villain raised his voice. It echoed clearly up to our position. So UA really left its front door open and only sent one underground hero and one rescue specialist to guard a class of students. Interesting. 13 stiffened. Izuku felt himself start to shake, then clenched his fists to stop it. I saw it in the corner of my eye. My hand brushed my watch. The mist moved, spreading outward in a slow, deliberate flow. Izuku's voice snapped through the tension. Everyone, back to the entrance. Now. Yes, sir. Ida shouted, reacting immediately. Everyone, you heard him. Move in an orderly. The mist warped again, rising in front of the main exit like a curtain. Kurogiri's voice cut through. I'm afraid we cannot allow that, Eraserhead. We are the League of Villains. We came here today to kill All Might. And since he is not here yet, we'll settle for what is available. The mist spread suddenly, forming multiple portals around the raised walkway where we stood. It rushed toward us in fast, wide arcs. Move! Izuku snapped. Students jumped backward, forward, any direction they could. Some of them stumbled. The mist rose faster. I grabbed Izuku's shoulder and shoved him behind me. Juno, I said sharply. Mark 7, ready to deploy on my mark. Remote suits hold. Mark 7 linked, she replied. Awaiting command. The mist reached us. The floor warped away. The railing, the dome, the students around us vanished into the purple-black swirl. The world shifted. For one instant, my balance went weightless. Then the ground slammed back under my feet, solid and cold. The smell of water hit hard. We were on a metal surface. A ship deck. Flood zone. I exhaled once through my nose. Called it. Izuku staggered to his knees beside me, eyes wide. We got warped. Tony, are you okay? Still here, I said. You. He swallowed. Why yet? We were on top of the large ship at the center of the flood zone. Water surrounded us in every direction. The artificial sea rolled, stirred by the facility's systems. Around the edges of the water, villains gathered on platforms, pointing at us. Some jumped onto smaller boats. I could see shapes moving in the water too. Gills, fins, weapons. Aquatic quirks. Juno, I muttered, scanning the area. Internal status. Mark 7 system stable, she said. Cloak suits awaiting your order. Multiple hostile signatures in your local sector. I see them, I said. A familiar voice called out nearby. Midoriya. Stark. We turned. Tsuyu Azui clung to the railing near the edge of the ship, goggles clear, expression calm despite the situation. Mineta crouched near her, shivering hard, eyes huge. Frog girl and grape boy, I said. Good. Could have been worse. Tsuyu looked at me, unbothered by the nickname. Looks like we got separated from the others, Kuro. That's one way to describe it, I said. Izuku crawled over, gripping the rail to steady himself. They must have sent us here on purpose. They saw our class and separated us by zone. Correct, I said. Control the field, divide the targets. Mineta was shaking so hard his teeth chattered. We're gonna die. There's so many of them. Look at all those villains. We're trapped. Tsuyu kept her gaze steady. We're not dead yet. Exactly, I said. So we stop acting like we are. I stepped to the edge of the ship, hands on the railing. Below, half a dozen smaller boats were already moving toward us. More villains on the platforms were getting ready to jump in. All right, I said, tone calm. Quick brief. They warped us into the middle of their strongest local terrain. They expect us to panic and get cornered. We don't panic. We don't get cornered. Izuku nodded, still breathing heavily. Are right. Tony, Juno said softly, 2 of the external units are positioned above your sector. Ready to deploy if requested. Hold for now, I said. No overkill yet. We still need information. Mineta clutched his head. Overkill. What are you talking about? They're going to board us. Izuku forced himself to stand straighter, fists clenched. We can't let them surround us. If they take the ship, we'll have nowhere to go, Tony. I know, I said. Tsuyu, what's your movement range in this water? She blinked once, then answered steadily. I can swim very fast and stay underwater for a while, Kuro. Good, I said. You're our mobility. Izuku, you're ranged and mid-range with the 6 and your quirk. I'm heavy support. Grape boy, you, throw sticky things. Mineta trembled. This sucks. Yeah, I said. But you'll live if you listen. His eyes darted between us, then he nodded weakly. Izuku looked at me. Are you going to use your full armor? Soon, I said. Not yet. Let them commit first. The first boat slammed against the side of the ship. Villains started shouting. One with a shark jaw grinned up at us. There they are. I rolled my shoulders once, loosening them. Juno, I said under my breath. Begin recording. Tag every quirk you see in this sector. Recording, she replied. The villains began climbing. At the same time, in the central plaza, other things were moving. I couldn't see it from here, but I knew the timeline. Izuku would be engaging multiple villains. 13 would be guarding the entrance. The mist user would be spreading portals. The big one, the Nomu, was still waiting. The external suits stayed quiet underground, systems warmed and ready, hidden beyond the USJ walls. In our section, the first villain clambered over the side. Mineta yelped. He's here. I stepped forward, placing myself between the group and the nearest threat. Juno, I said. Mark 7, partial deploy. Upper body only. Executing, she said. The nanotech bracelet around my wrist dissolved and reformed, metal plates racing across my torso and arms, locking into position. The chest piece sealed over my shirt with a clean mechanical click. The arc reactor lit up beneath my collar. My hands closed as the gauntlets finished forming. Tsuyu's eyes widened slightly. So that's your costume, Kuro? Something like that, I said. The shark-jawed villain sneered. Oh, fancy armor. You think that'll help you, brat? I know it will, I said. But thanks for asking. He lunged. I lifted my palm and fired. The repulsor blast hit him in the chest, sending him flying backward off the deck and into the water. The impact kicked up a sheet of spray. The other villains on the boats froze for a second. Mineta clutched the railing tighter. Oh okay, that helped. Tony, Izuku said quietly. Should we try to get out of the zone? Not yet, I said. We move when they overextend. For now, we control the top. More villains began climbing. Some had hardened skin, others had extended arms, some carried weapons. Juno, I said. Calculate minimal output shots to knock them back without breaking anything. Calculating, she replied. Power limiter engaged. I adjusted my stance and fired again, short bursts, controlled. Each blast hit a climbing villain and knocked them away. Some crashed into boats, others splashed into the water. The suit hummed steadily, core temperature rising slightly. Izuku watched closely. Your aim's perfect. Practice, I said. Mineta threw a few sticky spheres down at the villains. Several stuck to the railing and deck, forcing some of them to lose their grip. Tsuyu stayed near the edge, ready to dive if anyone tried to attack from below. It wasn't clean, but it worked. For now. Up above somewhere, the facility's systems shifted briefly. The lights dimmed for less than a second, then stabilized. Ventilation maintained its cycle. No alarms sounded. The main control room was either slow or caught off guard. Juno, I said quickly, any word from the other sectors? Limited feed, she replied. Signals show combat activity in multiple zones. Izuku's biometrics are elevated. No major failures yet. Monitor him, I said. Izuku glanced sideways. Are you talking to her? Always, I said. You worry about not falling off the ship. He nodded, swallowing. The villains regrouped below, more cautious now. One with a long-necked aquatic form pointed at us. Armored one first. Then grabbed the others. Good, I muttered. Chain of command. Makes them predictable. A boat shoved off from the side, carrying a small group that looked stronger than the first wave. Their movements were more coordinated. Less yelling, more focus. I flexed my fingers once, feeling the gauntlets respond. Izuku drew a breath, shoulders squared as he prepared to activate One for All. The water rocked gently against the ship. The sound of the approaching hulls echoed in steady rhythm. My watch vibrated once. Juno's voice came low. Tony. Primary villain presence detected Central Plaza. Unknown bioenhanced entity moving toward Izuku's position. I exhaled slowly. The Nomu. Izuku heard the tone, if not the word. He looked at me, eyebrows drawn tight. It's bad, isn't it? It's not good, I said. But this part is ours. We handle this, they handle theirs. He gripped the rail hard enough that his knuckles whitened, then forced himself to let go. Right. The new boat slammed against the hull. Feet hit metal. Positions, I said. Tsuyu bent her knees, ready to spring. Mineta hid behind a vent and peeked out with wide eyes. Izuku moved closer to me, not hiding but clearly taking comfort in my presence. I stepped forward again, reactor humming steadily. The next wave of villains climbed. And above, in the main plaza, the real fight was starting. Chapter 14, Holding the Line. The second wave hit the hull harder than the first. The ship rocked under us, boots scraping against metal, the water slapping the sides in heavy rhythm. Voices echoed from below, villains shouting orders, trying to psych themselves up to attack a bunch of kids on a fake boat. Izuku tightened his grip on the railing. They're coming again, Tony. I noticed, I said. I lifted my right arm, palm aimed over the side. The repulsor hummed, clean and steady. Try not to fall off when it gets loud. Mineta was crouched near a ventilation pipe, knees shaking. Why is this happening? It's supposed to be training. Tsuyu's gaze stayed locked on the water line. Her throat bobbed once, but her voice stayed calm. We're in trouble, but we're not helpless, Kuro. Exactly, I said. We're not props. We're participants. Tony, Juno said in my ear, tone clipped and neutral, Izuku's heart rate has spiked. Central Plaza. Unknown entity engaged. Probability of critical injury rising. My jaw locked for just a second before I controlled it. How bad is probability rising? 42% and climbing. So that was happening. Over the edge, the new group of villains started to climb, 3 on the left, 2 on the right, one with a bladed arm plowing straight up the middle. The one up front grinned, teeth sharp. You kids are done. That armor won't save you. People keep saying that, I said. They're always wrong. He lunged, fingers curled. I stepped forward. The repulsor flashed once. He flew back the way he came, hitting the boat railing and flipping into the water with a splash. I heard Izuku suck in a breath. Nice shot. Always, I said. More came over the side too, with hardening bodies, one with web-like hair, one with long arms. Mineta panicked and started ripping balls from his head, throwing them in short, frantic arcs. A couple stuck to a villain's foot and the deck. He yanked, cursed, and toppled face first. Why you guys handle the strong ones? Mineta shouted. I'll make them trip. Perfect, I said. Trip support. The long-armed villain swung at me. I deflected with my left forearm, gauntlet absorbing the blow. My HUD marked force, angle, velocity. I answered with a short-range chest blast, tuned low. He went down but didn't break. Good enough. Another came at Izuku, aiming for his ribs. I saw his eyes flash with resolve a moment before he shouted, 5%. He stepped in, the Mark VI wrapping around his arm in partial deploy. His fist glowed faintly as he punched. It wasn't a full smash, but it was solid. The villain flew backward into a stack of crates and stayed there. He stared at his own hand, shocked. I did it without breaking anything. Focus, kid, I said. You can admire yourself later. Alright, he said, shaking his head clear. Tsuyu jumped in next literally. She used her tongue to yo-yo herself around the mast, kicking a villain in the chest with both legs. He hit the deck and slid. They were doing fine. Rough around the edges, but fine. Still too many enemies to get comfortable, though. Boats on all sides, more in the water, the numbers weren't small. Meanwhile, Juno kept feeding me updates like a quiet pulse in my ear. Izuku injured. Multiple fractures likely. Unknown biomodified enemy is overpowering him. Central villain, codename Shigaraki, close by and observing. My fingers tightened briefly. How long until collapse? I asked. Projecting less than 60 seconds until incapacitation if trajectory holds. That's not acceptable, I said. I fired another shot, taking out a villain with a spiked bat who was getting too close to my netta. The kid squealed, then realized he was fine and tried to play it off badly. Izuku edged closer. Tony, what's wrong? You look focused. I'm always focused, I said, then exhaled through my nose. Izuku was getting torn up in the center. They brought something made to hurt him. His face went pale. Sensei. Yeah, I said. It's ugly. I watched two more boats swing wide, circling. This group wasn't going to stop. I could hold them off as long as I wanted, but every second was another hit Izuku was taking without support. Decision made. All right, I said, stepping back from the rail. Change of plans. You three aren't staying here for a long engagement. Mineta grabbed my sleeve. What? We can't swim out of this. They'll eat us alive. They won't, I said. Not if you listen. Frog girl. Tsuyu met my eyes. Calm. You want me to carry them? Exactly, I said. I pointed across the flood zone, toward the edge where the artificial shoreline met the dome wall. You take Mineta and Deku. Low, underwater as much as possible. Hug the edge, use debris as cover. Get them to land and regroup with whoever's there. Izuku shook his head immediately. Tony, no, we can't leave you alone with all these villains. You're not hearing me, I said, turning to him. I'm not planning to stay here long either. I'm making a hole, then I'm heading to the center. Someone's got to keep our homeroom teacher in one piece until the main course shows up. All might, Izuku whispered. Exactly, I said. He'll come. But Izuku has to still be breathing when he does. Izuku clenched his fists. His eyes were wet at the corners, but his jaw was set. Then let me come with you. No, I said immediately. You're not ready for what's out there right now. You stay with them. You protect your classmates. You already know that's your job. He hesitated, then slowly nodded. I know. I'll protect them. Good, I said. Now let me do mine. Mineta swallowed hard. I don't like this plan. No one asked you, I said. But it's still the best one. Tsuyu nodded once. I can carry them both, Kuro. I know you can, I said. You're fast in water. Don't stop, don't look back. Straight to land, find allies, then work from there. She gave another firm nod. Got it. Below us, another villain started climbing. I fired off a blast without looking, sending him back into the sea. Juno, I said. Mark the 5th, launch 100 meters southeast of flood zone. Surface, standard intimidation pose. Non-lethal settings. It covers these kids while they move. Launching unit, she replied. A faint red icon blinked on my HUD at the edge of the zone map. One of the buried suits broke out of its camouflage, rising through soil and rock into the open air outside the dome. It swooped low, then slipped through a maintenance hatch and dropped into the flood section's upper catwalk, visible along the far side. Tsuyu's eyes widened slightly. Another one, Kuro. Minetta's jaw trembled. There's more of those. Mark the 5th landed hard on a far walkway, faceplate glowing, chest light bright. The villains on the outer platforms backed up immediately, pointing and shouting. Unit online, Juno reported. Following your parameters. The remote suit raised its arms and fired controlled blasts into the water in front of the boats. Nothing lethal, just shockwaves large enough to rock them and keep them off balance. That's your shield, I said to the others. Follow it. Don't outrun its protective range. Don't lag behind, either. Izuku looked at the 6 plating still on his arms and legs. I can still fight here for a bit, keep the pressure down while they move. And then you'll get dragged underwater and die, I cut in. No. For once in your life, don't jump into the main fire first. Guard the flanks. He stiffened, then let out a slow breath. Okay. I'll keep them safe. Good man, I said quietly. Below, another cluster of villains steadied their boats, getting ready to charge again. Time was shrinking in both zones. Juno, I said. How's Izuwa? 2 fractured ribs likely, left arm compromised, minor head trauma, several lacerations. Enemy designated Nomu displays extreme durability and strength well beyond baseline. Izuwa's capture attempt has failed. He is being overpowered. Time to incapacitation? I asked. Less than 30 seconds at current rate. That was the last line. I set my feet. Tsuyu. Now. Go. She didn't argue. She wrapped her tongue around Minetta, grabbed Izuku with one arm, and leapt clean over the opposite railing, diving into the water without a splash bigger than necessary. Minetta screamed all the way down, voice trailing off as they hit the water and vanished beneath the surface. Izuku took one deep breath just before they went under. He managed not to yell. I watched until I saw Tsuyu's head break the surface near the far edge once, then disappear again toward the shore. Juno, I said. Tag them. Full priority on tracking that group. If anyone gets too close, Mark the 5th steps in. Targets locked, she said. Suit will cover their path. Down below, the remote armor fired another wave of blasts, keeping the villains on their platforms cautious. I turned away from the water. All right, I said softly. My turn. I brought my left arm across my body and tapped the center of my chest piece. The command went through instantly. The rest of the Mark 7 deployed in a fast, clean motion, plating wrapping my legs, back modules unfolding, helmet sliding into place with a sharp click. The HUD brightened, fields of data flashing into existence across my vision. Ambient readings, life signs, combat markers. Full deployment complete, Juno said. Core at 94%. Flight systems green. Open the ceiling, I said. Upper dome has no automatic opening sequence, she replied. However, structural analysis indicates Not that ceiling, I said. Find me a path through the internal walkways with minimal collateral. Uploading route, she said. A line appeared on the map overlay from the ship, over the water, up through the side structures, and into the main plaza. Looks tight, I said. You thrive in difficult conditions, she said. I smirked inside the helmet. Now you're learning. Below, a villain tried to hurl a spear at me. I didn't look down. I gave a short burst from the thrusters and lifted off the deck, the spear whistling through the space I'd been standing in. I angled toward the nearest support tower. Let's go. The Mark 7 responded like it had been waiting for this. The thrusters roared softly, pushing me across the gap and up toward the internal scaffolding. I schemed past railing and pipe, just high enough to stay out of grabbing range, just low enough not to blast holes in the dome. Careful, Juno said. Rapid acceleration here risks structural damage. I'm being gentle, I said. Mostly. I curved around a pillar, then shot up through an open gantry. The flood zone shrank below me. The central plaza expanded in the HUD. Izuku's position? I asked. Marking now. A red indicator pulsed in the center of the big circular area. I rose higher until I cleared the last barrier. The view opened. The plaza lay below, wrecked. Cracked tiles, broken glass, bodies, most villains unconscious or groaning. In the middle, Izuku was on one knee, panting, hair floating loosely around his face, scarf frayed. He was staring up at something towering over him. Nomu. Up close, it was worse than the feed made it look. Purple muscle exposed, beak-like mouth, cords in its arms, and eyes that didn't look like they cared about anything. It stood still, head cocked slightly forward, waiting for an order. Near it, Shigaraki scratched at his neck with twitching fingers, eyes sharp despite his messy appearance. Kurogiri hovered nearby, mist shifting slightly. Around the edges, a few students were watching from behind rubble and railings. I saw fragments of uniforms. No one close enough to help without dying. Izuku's pulse is unstable, Juno said. He will not last another direct hit. Understood, I said. I dropped. I cut the thrusters enough to fall fast, guiding my descent straight between Izuku and the Nomu. At the last second, I fired both repulsors and boots, slowing just enough to land hard without shattering my own legs. The impact cracked the floor, short and loud. The Nomu's head turned slowly toward me. Up close, it was like standing in front of a truck with no brakes. Shigaraki's hand paused mid-scratch. His red eyes widened slightly. You weren't on the list. Story of my life, I said. I lifted my arm and fired a point-blank blast into the Nomu's chest, high power, direct. The beam hit. For a second, light flooded the beast's torso. When it faded, there was smoke. Scorch marks. The Nomu's body was burned at the point of impact. It did not fall. It stepped back once, then leaned forward again, as if recalibrating its weight. Target shows minor superficial damage, Juno said calmly. No meaningful structural disruption. I can see that, I said. Izuku shifted behind me, breathing rough. Stark, you're supposed to be evacuating. I tried that, I said. Didn't like the view. Yours is worse. He squinted at me, then coughed. You shouldn't be here. And you shouldn't be half dead in front of a science experiment, I said. We both made choices. Nomu flexed its hands. The cords in its arms bulged. Shigaraki smiled, slow and jittery. Nomu. New priority. That one first. The creature moved. I barely saw the first punch. Juno did. Left side she started. I shifted the armor to the right. The blow clipped my shoulder instead of caving in my chest. The world shook. The Mark 7 screamed a warning as the left shoulder plate dented inward and the joint vibrated violently. Warning, Juno stated. Force impact beyond predicted threshold. Structural damage to upper armor. I noticed, I grunted. I slid back across the floor, boots leaving streaks. Nomu followed, no wasted movement, no sound. Tony. Juno said. Second strike incoming vertical, center line. I dropped and rolled, sliding under the follow-up slam. The fist hit the cracked floor with a heavy thud, sending rubble into the air. Durability off the charts, I said. That's fun. Fun is not an applicable term, Juno replied. Behind me, Izuku tried to move. His legs shook. He barely stayed upright. His scarf twitched forward to grab a random villain trying to crawl closer and knocked him out against the broken ground. He was still working. Even like this. I moved in front of him again. Sensei, take the break. I'll hold it until All Might gets here. He stared at me, eyes narrowed, then shook his head. You can't beat something built to kill him. Good thing I'm not trying to kill it, I said. I'm trying to stall it. That's still insane, he muttered. Accurate, I said. Nomu came again. This time I went up instead of sideways, thrusters flaring. It followed the trajectory with eerie speed, jumping after me like a predator. Its hand reached out. Distance collapsing, Juno said. Brace. It caught my leg midair. The next second, I was slammed into the ground like a hammer hitting a nail. Armor flared crimson warnings across the HUD. Vision fuzzed for half a second as internal systems compensated. Armor integrity at 72%, Juno said. Kinetic dampeners overloaded on right side. Still breathing, I said. I forced the suit to roll, boots kicking off the ground. We're fine. Nomu's foot hit where my head had been. The floor shattered deeper. You're stalling it, Juno said. But your endurance is finite. It seems, less so. Then we shorten the timeline, I said. Status on All Might. External sensors indicate a high-speed approach vector toward USJ. Main gate compromised earlier, but power readings suggest. Just say he's almost here, I snapped. He's almost here, she corrected. Thank you, I said. Shigaraki scratched his neck again, agitated now. Why is he taking so long? Nomu was supposed to break All Might, not play with side characters. You should have checked the cast list, I said. I get good reviews. His gaze sharpened. You talk too much. Yeah, I said. That's what they tell me. Nomu planted its feet and leaned toward me again, ready for another rush. I adjusted my stance, arm raised, core humming. Before it could move, the air near the entrance exploded with wind. Everyone turned. The doors at the top of the stairs had just blown open from the outside, dust and air pressure hitting the plaza like a wave. A tall, broad figure stood in the doorway, cape fluttering, eyes shadowed but bright. All Might. His voice rolled through the dome, familiar and huge. I am here. The tension in my chest eased by a fraction. I exhaled once, short and controlled. Finally. Juno hummed quietly. Reinforcements arrived. No kidding, I said. Around us, the remaining conscious villains froze. Some backed away. Others started shouting. Shigaraki stopped scratching. His fingers twitched wide open. He's here. Izuku sagged slightly behind me, but his eyes stayed open. About time. Yeah, I said. Now we just have to not die before the staff meeting. Nomu straightened, waiting for its new target. I squared my shoulders, gauntlets humming, suit battered but holding. Juno, I said, keep feeding me live readings. I'm not sitting out the rest of this just because the main act showed up. Of course, she said. You wouldn't. I smirked inside the cracked helmet. You're definitely learning. All Might stepped forward, his presence filling the space even before he jumped down. The ground trembled when he landed. The real fight was about to start. And I was not going to walk away from my position next to Izuku until it was over. Chapter 15, Armor in the Blast Zone. All Might landing in the plaza changed the air instantly. 1 second, it was heavy and tight around my chest, the next, it loosened, like someone finally turned on proper ventilation. I did not relax, but I let my shoulders drop half an inch. He stood there at the top of the stairs, cape fluttering, grin set, eyes focused. He looked every bit the symbol of peace. Next to me, Izuku's head dipped slightly with relief, even though his body was still shaking from damage. Juno, I said inside the helmet, start a separate log. Label it All Might vs Nomu. I want every frame. New log started, she answered. All Might's energy output is significantly above normal human range. Understatement, I said. All Might took in the scene quickly. Izuku injured, villains scattered, Nomu standing, me in a half-battered suit between the tank and the teacher. His eyes flicked over the cracked panel on my shoulder, then down at Izuku. He spoke directly to him first. You've taken enough, Eraserhead. Izuku exhaled once. You're late. Traffic, I said. All Might looked briefly my way. Young Stark. Good work holding the line. Doing my best, I replied. He hits hard. Nomu tensed. Shigaraki twitched behind him, fingers flexing. Nomu, Shigaraki said slowly, pointing at All Might, that's your real target. Kill him. The beast focused fully on All Might. The cords in its arms pulsed, its massive frame rolling forward a step. Juno, I said quietly, remind me of the obvious. Shock absorption and regeneration, right? Correct, she said. Based on Izuku's earlier engagement and observed effects, Nomu has enhanced physical strength, shock absorption, and rapid regeneration. Its durability far exceeds the structural limits of your armor. So don't trade hits, I said. Got it. All Might took a step forward, then another. The plaza floor cracked under each footfall, but his eyes never left the Nomu. His smile turned sharper. I see, he said. So this is the opponent they prepared to fight me. Looks about right, I said. He glanced at me again. Protect the students and Eraserhead. I'll take care of this. On it, I said. Try not to die. He laughed once, loud and bright. I won't. The Nomu charged first. It covered the distance between them in one surge, feet slamming into stone. Its fist swung toward All Might's face at a speed my sensors had trouble mapping. All Might raised his arm and blocked, muscles bulging, boots cutting a trench into the ground as he slid back. Force impact extremely high, Juno reported. Higher than what struck you earlier. Good thing he's made of muscle and blonde hair, then, I said. All Might grunted, then grinned again. So you can hit, hey. He twisted, grabbed the Nomu's arm, and flipped the creature over his shoulders, slamming it into the ground with enough force to send debris flying. The shockwave reached us. Dust and stone fragments peppered my armor, pinging off the dented plates. Izuku's hair fluttered from the pressure. He winced but stayed conscious. Sit down, I told him. You're no good to anyone if you pass out standing. He tried to straighten. I can still erase. You already did enough, I said firmly. Let your eyes rest. I'll make sure nothing reaches you. He gave me a hard look, then sank to one knee, using his scarf as support. I stepped slightly in front of him, planted my feet, and lifted my hands. Around the plaza, a few stray villains were trying to crawl away or reposition. I tagged them in the HUD. Juno, mark any hostile still up and mobile. Non-priority enemies only. All Might and Nomu stay off my targeting list. Affirmative, she said. Red outlines formed around a handful of figures at the plaza edges. I fired a quick repulsor shot to the left. It hit a villain who was trying to aim a long-range quirk at All Might's blind spot. He went down, rolling and staying down. On the main stage, All Might and Nomu traded blows. The creature got up from the slam almost immediately. Its chest dent popped back into place as muscles repaired. It rushed again. All Might met it with a straight punch. The collision was a thunderclap. Shockwaves rippled through the dome. Windows above cracked. Shock absorption confirmed, Juno said. It is absorbing and dispersing part of All Might's impact with each blow. Yeah, I muttered. I remember. All Might seemed to realize it too. His eyes narrowed, and his blows became more precise, aiming at joints, angles, weak points. The Nomu still shrugged them off, but its stance shifted more defensive now, matching his force with its own. Shigaraki watched, twitching. His fingers hovered just at his neck, scratching lightly. I kept one eye on them, one on the perimeter. At the far side, near some rubble, I saw movement, a student trying to pull another to safety. I zoomed in. It was Kirishima, helping Zero. Both were bruised, but moving. Juno, I said. Any villains near those two? 3, she replied. One approaching from behind the broken pillar. I turned halfway and fired a quick low-power beam. It hit the villain in the leg. He yelped and collapsed, clutching it. Kirishima jumped, startled, then looked around. Our eyes met briefly. I gave him a short nod. He straightened, nodded back, and dragged Zero faster. That corner was secure enough for now. All Might and Nomu clashed again. The beast grabbed his arm this time and pulled him into a knee strike to the ribs. The sound made my own chest ache in sympathy. All Might's face tightened for a second, then he exploded backward with a counter-punch that sent the Nomu skidding. He's matching him, I said. For now, Juno replied. But All Might's stamina is finite. The Nomu's recovery seems consistent. I remember that too, I said. We're just here to make sure the clock runs long enough. A rock flew toward us from the side, launched by some debris-lifting quirk. I lifted my left hand and blasted it out of the air before it reached Izuku. The shockwave from the repulsor pushed dust across his hair. He coughed once. You okay back there? I asked without turning. I've been worse, he rasped. That's not actually reassuring, I said. A villain with stretching limbs tried to sling himself toward us. I fired 2 quick shots at his anchor points on the ground. The impacts broke his grip, and he flailed, crashing into cracked pavement instead. Stay down, I said. He didn't argue. Back in the center, All Might gripped the Nomu by the torso and threw him toward the stairs, where a few terrified villains had been trying to escape upward. They scattered as the Nomu smashed through the steps. He's pushing it back toward the exit, Juno observed. That's because he's smart, I said. Nomu climbed out of the broken stairs, landing in front of All Might again. They exchanged another series of heavy blows. The floor under them broke further with each impact. Then, in the middle of that brutal rhythm, the Nomu grabbed All Might's side and locked its hand there. Juno's voice sharpened. Alert! Nomu has engaged a grappling restriction. It followed instantly with the other arm locking onto All Might's opposite side in a crushing bind. Its legs dug in, pinning him in place with inhuman force. Shigeriki's lips curled upward. Got you. All Might strained. I could see it in the set of his shoulders, the way his arms pressed against the hold. The creature was absorbing his strength and pinning him at the same time. Not good, I said. That's the shock absorption application. Correct, Juno said. Nomu is built to restrain All Might while taking his force. All Might grunted, teeth clenched. The strain was visible now, not his usual easy overpowering, but genuine resistance. I stepped forward automatically. My boots ground over shattered stone. I raised my arm, aiming at the Nomu's shoulder joint. Tony, Juno said, if you fire at that power output, you may hit All Might as well. The angle is narrow. I know, I said tightly. He needed an opening. 1 second. Half a second. I shifted my aim ever so slightly toward the Nomu's knee. Lower risk of splash onto All Might, higher chance of destabilizing its stance. Juno, I said, calculate minimum force to buckle that leg without sending All Might flying. Processing, done. I will throttle it, she said. Do it, I said. I fired. The beam slammed into the Nomu's leg at just the right point. The force bent the limb inward with a sharp crack. The monster's stance shifted. Its grip loosened by just a bit, not enough to break entirely, but enough. All Might felt it immediately. He growled low and forced his arms outward, muscles swelling, veins visible even from here. The Nomu's hands strained. He's leveraging your strike, Juno said. I'm aware, I said. With a surge, All Might tore one arm free, then the other, and drove his fist into the Nomu's face. The beast's head snapped back, body staggering. Shigaraki flinched. Nomu. Don't just stand there. Use your quirk properly. The creature straightened again, leg already realigning, shock absorption and regeneration working together. It lunged. All Might met it, a grim look in his eyes. I stepped back a bit, returning to position in front of Izuku. My chest rose and fell faster than before. The armor's cooling systems hummed louder, dealing with stress. Energy remaining? I asked. Core at 68%, Juno replied. Armor integrity at 62%. You are still functional but not in optimal condition. I can work with that, I said. At the edges of the plaza, more students were peeking out. I spotted Izuku near an upper ledge, breathing hard, the Mark VI partially opened at his sides. Tsuyu and Mineta were with him, along with a couple of others, Eureka, Ida, maybe more behind them. Izuku's eyes were locked on All Might. His face looked scared and determined at the same time. I see them, I said quietly. Would you like to send Mark V to their position? Juno asked. Not yet, I said. They can move on their own for now. Keep it guarding the flood perimeter in case more villains circle around. Understood, she said. Below, the fight intensified. All Might began to change his approach. Instead of heavy single hits, he sped up rapid flurries of punches, each one strong enough to crater concrete, delivered in bursts so fast my HUD struggled to track individual strikes. Impressive, Juno said. He is increasing his attack rate to overwhelm the shock absorption. That's right, I said. You punch a sponge enough times, it collapses. You said no metaphors, she reminded. That was a physical analogy, I said. Legal loophole. She didn't answer. Nomu took hit after hit, its body jerking with each impact. Some of the visible tissue shredded, then regrew. Bones broke and reformed. The air shook with each blow. Students watched, speechless. Even the villains seemed mesmerized by the scale of the clash. I stayed where I was, intercepting anything that slipped out of the main circle. A shard of rock that would have hit an unconscious villain and possibly killed him. A stray energy shot from some Quirk panic firing. A collapsing beam starting to fall toward a group of students. One repulsor at a time. Quick, precise. Not flashy, not loud. Just necessary. Tony, Juno said. You are actively changing the casualty map. Without your interventions, projected injuries would be higher. That's what I'm here for, I said. Someone has to do the cleanup while the symbol breaks the monster. Nomu roared, a raw sound that made the air vibrate. It swung a wide, desperate punch. All Might blocked, slid back, then leaned in again with another burst of strikes. His time is limited, Juno reminded. If he cannot finish this fast. He will, I said. Just keep feeding me warnings. Shigeriki's breathing grew more uneven. He took a step forward, hand twitching like he wanted to jump in but couldn't quite commit. Kurogiri hovered at his side, tense. They're nervous, I said. It appears so, Juno agreed. In front of us, All Might clenched both fists, eyes blazing. He planted his feet, bent his knees, and began to coil his body in that way I'd seen before. I know that stance, I muttered. Preparing high-output attack, Juno said. All systems in your nearby area will be affected by the resulting pressure. Yeah, I said. Get ready for turbulence. All Might drew his arms back. Nomu roared again and charged. All Might stepped forward to meet it. I tightened my stance in front of Izuku, feet braced, palms open, ready to shield him and any nearby bodies from whatever came next. The air around us felt heavy with movement that hadn't even happened yet. All Might's voice rose, clear and full. United States of. I lowered my head slightly, eyes tracking shockwave vectors in my HUD, waiting for impact. The next moment would decide how much of this building would still be standing when the teachers arrived. Chapter 16, Cleaning the Field. All Might's body coiled, muscles tight, air gathering around him like the room was being pulled into his fists. Nomu leaned forward, arms spread, ready to absorb the impact. The whole plaza held its breath. Juno, I said calmly inside the helmet, even as the HUD shook from the pressure build-up, route mark the 5th from flood sector to central plaza. Hard and fast, control priority, debris and escape routes. Reassigning, she answered immediately. Mark the 5th leaving prior position. Estimated arrival, 3 seconds. Good. That would have to be enough. All Might's voice boomed through the dome. United States of. I braced. Knees bent. Feet spread. Palms half open. Izuku was behind me, half kneeling, scarf slack around him. I shifted forward a little more, cutting off anything that might hit him. Smash! The impact wasn't just sound. The world moved. All Might's punch connected with Nomu's torso, and the shock tore through the air like a solid wall. The beast's chest dented deeply, its body folding inward before exploding backward. The shockwave rolled outward, ripping up tiles, shattering remaining glass, and forcing my armor to compensate hard just to keep me standing. Warnings flared across my HUD. Pressure spike. Debris trajectory. Structural stress. I pushed power into the boots and leaned forward into the blast, using the Mark 7's mass to cover Izuku like a shield. Debris pinged off the armor stones, shards of glass, twisted metal. The suit vibrated from the force, but it held. Above us, panels started to break loose. The ceiling groaned. A heavy chunk of concrete tore free, falling in slow, ugly rotation toward a cluster of unconscious villains near the plaza's edge. Another piece angled toward where some students were huddled behind a broken wall. Juno, I said sharply, where's Mark the 5th? Entering through upper dome breach now, she replied. A new presence pinged on the HUD, an icon dropping rapidly from the side of the arena. I glanced up. Mark the fifth shot in through one of the chunks All Might's attack had blown out of the outer wall. Flames from its entry thrusters trailed briefly before the suit corrected and angled downward. It tucked its arms in and dropped directly between the falling debris and the first group of bodies. Impact protection mode, I ordered. Executing, Juno said. The remote suit lifted its arms, bracing. The first slab of concrete smashed down against its shoulders and back. The armor groaned but didn't break. Mark the fifth sank slightly into the cracked floor, then stabilized, taking the entire weight on itself. The second piece was still falling toward the students. Mark the fifth, I said, redirect. 2 o'clock high. The remote armor kicked off the ground, discarding the first block aside. It boosted sideways, caught the edge of the second slab, and pushed it away with a wide shove. The concrete spun off and crashed harmlessly into an empty corner. Kaminari, crouched behind the wall, stared up at the suit with wide eyes. What the? Mark the fifth didn't answer him. It landed in front of the group, spreading its arms slightly, ready for more. I turned my attention back to the center. Nomu's body was still in motion. All Might's punch carried it upward, through the air, up toward the broken dome. It smashed through one of the remaining intact panels, sending glass and steel outward in a ring. Students on the upper levels ducked and covered their heads. I stepped forward, firing 2 quick repulsor shots into the air, not at anyone, just at specific shards heading toward populated areas. The bursts knocked the pieces off their lethal path, sending them into walls or empty floor instead. Debris redirection successful, Juno reported. Good, I said. Nomu vanished through the breach. For a second, I could see it still flying upward, silhouette shrinking against the sky. Then it was gone from local sensor range. The air settled slowly, dust drifting down in lazy clouds. All Might was hunched over slightly, fist still extended, chest heaving. His smile was forced now, but it was there. He did it, I heard Izuku say from the upper level. His voice cracked with relief and awe. That's one problem off the board, I said. Around us, some villains had dropped completely, just from the shockwave. Others staggered weakly, trying to figure out if it was smarter to run or play dead. Most chose the second. Shigaraki did neither. He stood still for a few seconds, staring at the hole where his creature had vanished. His hand shook. Then he began scratching at his neck harder, nails digging into the skin. Nomu, he punched Nomu away, he muttered. Even though we built him, for you. Kurogiri hovered close, voice low. Tamura Shigaraki. We must reassess. Shigaraki snapped his head toward All Might, eyes burning. You're still injured. You're weaker. I know you are. That's why you're holding back your time. Isn't that right? All Might stiffened for a fraction of a second. It was small, but I saw it. The HUD magnified the micro-movement. Juno, I said quietly, log that. Time limits catching up to him. Logged, she said. Energy signatures fluctuating. Shigaraki extended his hand, fingers spread. Kurogiri. Get me close. I'll break him. I just have to touch him. If All Might dies here, the symbol dies. Mist swirled. Kurogiri responded instantly, opening portals near All Might's back. All Might tried to turn. Not happening, I said. I boosted forward, cutting the distance. The Mark 7's thrusters flared, sending me gliding in a low arc. I brought my palm up toward Shigaraki as he lunged. Tony, careful, Juno warned. His quirk disintegrates on contact. That's why we don't let him touch the paint, I said. I fired a controlled blast, not full force, but enough to shove him sideways. The repulsor hit the ground just in front of his feet. The shock knocked him off balance. His outstretched hand missed All Might by a meter and almost fell into one of his own portals before Kurogiri pulled it back in reflex. Shigaraki hissed. You again? Yeah, I said. You're not very good at gratitude for someone who got free fireworks. He glared, body shaking. He took a step toward me, then paused as he saw All Might move again in his peripheral vision. His attention flicked back and forth, unstable. Kurogiri's mist expanded protectively around him. Tamura. We must retreat. More reinforcements are approaching as we speak. He was right. I felt it a second later, air stirred by multiple high-speed arrivals. My HUD picked up numerous signatures closing on the dome. Teachers inbound, Juno confirmed. Multiple pros. Nizu present. Snipe entering from west. Cementos from north. A high concentration of heroes converging. Good. Better late than never. Near the upper entrance where All Might had first come in, a spray of cement shot across the broken doorframe as Cementos sealed off part of the opening with solid walls. Snipe appeared at one of the higher platforms, gun already drawn, aiming toward the central plaza with precise control. His eyes locked on Shigaraki and Kurogiri immediately. Villain priority targets, Juno said. Yeah, I agreed. Shigaraki ground his teeth. We were supposed to kill All Might today. Kurogiri's mist body rippled. Tamura Shigaraki. It is no longer favorable. If we remain, we will be captured. You'll be turned into stained glass, I added. Might even get your own exhibit. He glared at me again, but this time the anger was mixed with frustration and something like panic. He looked around the downed villains, the incoming heroes, All Might, me, my extra suit still moving at the edges. Mark V had stepped onto another broken platform now, intercepting a fleeing villain by simply lifting him by the collar and tossing him back into the open where rescue heroes could see him. The guy rolled, coughed, and clearly lost his will to play. All Might, even bruised and panting, still looked like he could tear the world apart if he wanted. Shigaraki's fingers twitched. Fine, he said quietly. This round is yours. A moment later, Kurogiri's mist swept around him, swallowing his form. The dark cloud pulsed, then began to contract inward. Juno, I said, track their exit points. Trying, she replied. Warp signature is unstable, location scramble active. I cannot trace beyond local distortion. Figures. No easy trackers there. The last thing I saw of them was the faint outline of Shigaraki's hand reaching toward us before the cloud tightened and popped out of existence. They were gone. Most of their forces were down. Nomu was, somewhere high and far away in the sky or already embedded in a distant hillside. The League of Villains had retreated. The teachers closed in. Cementos, covered in dust, stepped onto the plaza's surface from the right, eyes scanning the damage. This is worse than the alarms suggested. Snipe kept his position up high, rifle still aimed, scanning for any lingering threats. A couple of lesser-known pros followed in behind them, checking for survivors and binding conscious villains. Rescue crews poured through reinforced doors, medical staff in bright jackets moving straight toward anyone on the ground. I let my arms drop, repulsors powering down. The Mark VII hissed softly as the venting systems kicked in. The heat around my left shoulder was high. My ribs ached where Nomu's earlier slam had tested the suit's dampeners. Juno, I said quietly, quick internal check. Am I bleeding anywhere important? Your lip is cut, she said. Likely from internal impact. Bruising on ribs probable, but armor absorbed primary kinetic force. Nothing life-threatening has been detected so far. Then we call that a win, I said. Behind me, medbots or the human version of them reached Izuwa. One of the paramedics knelt beside him, checking his pupils, scanning his injuries. His goggles were cracked, and his hair had settled softly around his face. He looked worse up close. I stepped aside so they could get to him properly. Principal Nizu approaching, Juno reported. I turned my head slightly. Nizu walked into the plaza with calm steps, dressed in his neat suit, expression serious but composed. His small eyes took in everything: the damage, the villains, All Might, my armor, the extra suit still standing guard like a silent sentinel. He came closer, then stopped at a safe distance, looking up at me. Mr. Stark, he said politely. I see you've been busy. The helmet retracted from my face with a quiet click. Cool air hit my skin. My hair was damp with sweat. I met his gaze evenly. Field trip got exciting. I improvised. His eyes flicked to mark the fifth, which was currently standing with one boot on a broken villain weapon, blocking access to it. Then back to me. So I see. All Might exhaled heavily and shifted back to a more relaxed stance, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed his exhaustion. He forced his smile into place. You all did well holding out. Some of the students up above started to descend carefully. Izuku ran down the stairs with Ida and Eureka, movements hurried but careful not to slip on the fractured steps. The moment he hit the plaza level, his eyes darted to me first. Tony, he shouted, running over. Are you okay? I nodded once. Little dented. Still pretty. He looked me over, taking in the cracked plates, the scorched areas, the misaligned shoulder. The armor's really damaged. Armor's replaceable, I said. You aren't. How are you? He smiled weakly. Shaken, but fine. Tsuyu-chan got us out of the water just in time. And then we saw All Might fight, and you, and the other suit, and... He was starting to ramble. I placed a gauntlet hand on his shoulder and squeezed lightly. You're alive. That's the important part. His eyes softened. Yet. Behind him, Ida bowed sharply. Mr. Stark, your actions were extremely efficient. Thank you for protecting everyone. Eureka nodded quickly. Seriously? That was insane. That robot suit thing too. Did you bring 2 costumes? Something like that, I said. Just some helpful hardware. Nizu smiled faintly. Your hardware appears to have prevented several serious injuries and reduced collateral. I'm grateful for that. Glad it helped, I said. Cementos began layering cement walls to isolate areas with unconscious villains. Rescue heroes tied up the remaining ones with capture tape and restraints. Some of them glanced nervously at All Might as they moved, still recognizing how close everything had come. Snipe finally lowered his rifle and hopped down from the higher platform, boots landing with a slight thud. He gave me a long look. That's some fancy stuff you got there, kid. Occupational habit, I said. He snorted. Keep it pointed the right way, and we won't have a problem. Wouldn't dream of doing it any other way, I replied. A small group of paramedics approached me. Stark, right? We need to check you too. Your suit took some nasty hits. I glanced at Izuku, who looked worried again. Then I nodded. Fine. Quick exam. I'm not going to the emergency ward unless I'm actually dying, though. Izuku laughed weakly. He means that. The medic looked at the cracked plates on my shoulder and chest. We'll see. I let the armor retract down to the chest and forearms so they could check my torso. The air felt cool against bruised skin. Their hands were efficient, poking at ribs, shining a light in my eyes, checking my pulse. Ribs bruised, not broken, one said. You'll be sore, but you'll live. Told you, I said. Nizu watched calmly for a few more seconds, then turned to All Might. They began a quiet conversation about reports, security failures, the warp quirk, all the things I knew he'd be thinking about. None of that was my problem right now. My job was done here. Mark vs icon blinked at the edge of my vision. Juno, I said in my mind's quiet channel, have Mark the Fifth stand down. Move it to a neutral position. No more active displays. Understood, she replied. The remote suit straightened, stepped away from the stunned villains nearby, and moved toward a clear patch of floor near a broken column. It took a neutral stance, its lights dimming slightly, no longer threatening but still very present. Students stared at it. I could hear whispers. It listens to him. Is it its own quirk? That's so wild. Izuku puffed out his cheeks a bit with quiet pride as he watched it, like he was proud on my behalf. That was weirdly nice. Izuku was lifted onto a stretcher nearby, eyes closed now, scarf wrapped loosely. The sight tightened something in my chest I didn't like to label. You did good, sensei, I thought, watching them carry him past. Aloud, I just said, he kept them from dying before we got here. That counts. Izuku nodded, eyes wet. Yeah, he really did. Nizu's voice rose quietly above everything for a moment. All students will be evaluated and then escorted back to UA immediately. Police and staff will secure this site. There will be no further exercises today. Kaminari raised a weak hand. Yeah, I think we got enough practice. No one argued. The adrenaline slowly drained from the room, replaced by a tired, buzzing confusion. Some kids sat down where they were and let themselves shake. Others laughed too loud out of sheer relief. The pros nodded at each other in silent profession-only exchanges. I stood there in the middle of it all, chest sore, shoulder throbbing, armor cracked, feeling surprisingly steady. Everything I'd deployed had done its job. Izuku was alive. Izuku was alive. The class was largely intact. All Might was still standing, even if he was hanging on with skill and stubbornness. That was acceptable. That was enough. Chapter 17, Terms and Conditions. They cleared the USJ, patched us up, shoved villains into cuffs, and herded us back to UA in quiet, controlled lines. The bus ride back was almost silent. No loud jokes, no bragging. Just tired breathing, some sniffles, and the occasional whisper, "Did you see that?" that died before it got loud. Izuku sat next to me, hands still faintly shaking on his knees, eyes unfocused as he replayed everything in his head. I let him think. I was doing the same, just with more structure. USJ layout. Entry timings. Kurogiri's warp spread. Nomu's force output. All Might's decay curve. My armor integrity loss. Mark vs responses. Data. A lot of it. By the time we reached the main building, All Might had already disappeared somewhere to recover. Teachers spread out to escort us. Recovery girl checked anyone who hadn't been fully cleared at the site. They sent most of the class home with warnings about shock, rest, and school resuming later. I was halfway to the exit with Izuku when a voice called out behind me. Stark? I stopped. Izuku did too, mid-step. We turned. A staff member in a standard UA jacket stood there with a polite, stiff posture. Principal Nizu would like to see you. Now. Izuku's eyes widened. Is he in trouble? Not yet, I said. The staffer did not laugh. Just Stark. Midoriya, go home with your classmates. Your mother will be contacted separately. Izuku opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, then shut it. He looked at me instead. Tony. I shrugged lightly. Relax. If they were angry, they'd send 4 people, not 1. That actually made him laugh weakly. Text me later. Yeah, I said. Go rest. He nodded and walked away, glancing back twice before the crowd swallowed him. I followed the staff member through the halls. UA looked different after an attack. Security shutters were half open, some areas locked down. There were extra cameras active, red lights blinking. Adults moved with purpose. No wasted steps. We stopped at a big door near the administration wing. The plaque read, Conference Room A. The staffer knocked once, then slid it open. Stark is here, he said. A calm, high voice replied from inside. Send him in, please. I stepped in. The door slid shut behind me. The room was simple. Long table in the center. Screen on one wall. 3 people present. Principal Nizu sat on a stack of cushions at the far side of the table, paws folded neatly, eyes bright but serious. All Might stood near the window in his muscular form, posture relaxed but with a tension around his shoulders. His uniform coat was torn in places, but he still held himself like nothing was wrong. To the right, reclining on a medically adjustable chair, was Izuku. He was bandaged heavily, both arms in slings, neck wrapped, eyes tired but open. His hair lay flat around his head instead of floating. He looked like someone dragged him through a construction site and then forgot to dust him off. I lifted one hand in a casual half-wave. You asked for tech support. Nizu's mouth curved. Please, come sit, Mr. Stark. I took a seat opposite them, leaning back slightly in the chair, legs relaxed but grounded. I kept my hands visible on the table. It never hurt to look non-threatening when they obviously knew better. Nizu spoke first. Before anything else, allow me to thank you properly. Your intervention reduced injuries and helped protect both students and staff. All Might nodded firmly. Indeed. Young Stark, your courage and quick thinking were admirable. Izuku stared at me for a moment, then sighed. You made my job easier. Annoying, but true. I try to be useful, I said. The annoying part is just a bonus. Nizu chuckled softly. His eyes, though, stayed sharp. That being said, it is our responsibility to understand exactly what kind of equipment you brought into our school. There it is, I said quietly. I was wondering when we'd get to that part. All Might stepped closer to the table. Those suits of yours. I've seen support gear, but nothing quite like that. They flew, attacked at range, responded from afar. That goes beyond standard student equipment. You noticed, I said lightly.